Chapter 973. The vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance looked at each other. At their level, how could they not have heard of the immortal Tao? Didn't the Righteous Alliance attack the Misty School because they coveted the Misty School's immortal Tao legacy? Reporting to Alliance leader, a tall and thin old man with only a left arm said, "Our Righteous Alliance. Although we claim to be a first-rate sect in the pugilistic world, we don't have any immortal Tao legacy. Our position has always been awkward, ranking last among the four sections. Even sects like the incense cult that don't appear in the pugilistic world are ranked ahead of us. However, over the past few decades, under Alliance leader Zhang's guidance, the situation has improved. Our Righteous Alliance has not only searched for items related to the immortal Tao in the pugilistic world, we have also accumulated quite a lot of immortal Tao mantras and so-called Dharma artifacts, especially after joining forces with the Dalan Temple and the Incense Cult to destroy the Misty School. Our Righteous Alliance took over the Misty Peak and found the right path in exploring the immortal Tao. However, the Misty Peak is the foundation of the Misty School for 10,000 years. There are many mysteries in it. Our alliance has occupied it for many years, but we haven't found any clues about some of the forbidden areas. In other words, our Righteous Alliance in the Misty Peak has only obtained some ordinary martial arts items and very few immortal Tao items." Hearing that person mention the Misty School, Zhang San's face darkened. He said, "Vice Leader Chai's words are very reasonable. I thought that if we could take over the Misty Peak, there must be many secrets of the immortal Tao. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned." Another person stood up and said with a smile, "Alliance Leader Zhang and Alliance Leader Chai are overthinking. The Misty School has long been removed from the pugilistic world. This Misty Peak belongs to our Righteous Alliance. In time, we will definitely find the secrets of the immortal Tao legacy. If the immortal Tao legacy is so easy to find, then the immortal Tao wouldn't be so coveted by us." Zhang San smiled and nodded. Vice Leader Chai's words are reasonable. However, the Misty School has merged with the Incense Cult and probably won't appear in the pugilistic world anymore. We don't have to care about it. However, Hu Yuni's group is still hiding at the side. It's quite a headache. They're just a bunch of useless people. Why should Alliance Master Zhang care about them? That's not true. Zhang San shook his head and said, "We have to eradicate all evil. We can't leave any traces behind. We've been paying attention to the path of immortality for the past few years and have spent a lot of money. Now, we can consider wiping out the remnants of the Misty School." Yes, Alliance Leader. Previously, Alliance Leader was worried about the Incense Cult. Over the past few years, the Incense Cult hasn't paid any attention to Hu Yuni and the rest. It's time to take action. Everyone chatted for a while before leaving. Zhang San stood up and walked to the back of the hall. He pushed open the door and entered a secret room. He sat down cross-legged and took out a small scarlet flag the size of a palm. His eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle as he looked at the flag. After a long time, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision. Zhang San bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the small flag. The strange thing was that the small flag wasn't contaminated by the blood. Instead, due to the blood, it glowed with a faint red light. This red light flashed and disappeared. The blood on the flag also disappeared as it was absorbed by the small scarlet flag, following which Zhang San took out a green origin stone. He closed his eyes and muttered as his face slowly turned pale. The skinny vice leader, Chai, came down from the hall. Just as he walked past a moon door, a disciple wearing the uniform of the Righteous Tao Alliance quietly walked over and whispered a few words into his ear. Vice Leader Chai's face lit up and he blurted out, "Is what you said true? Shui Yuping was actually captured by you guys?" That disciple was a little embarrassed and he softly said, reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, "It wasn't due to our efforts. It's just that Shui Yuping was seriously ill and it was just a coincidence. It can't be considered a contribution." "Ha ha." Vice Leader Chai laughed heartily and patted that disciple's shoulder. "You are honest. Our Righteous Tao Alliance only cares about the results and not the process. Since you were able to capture Shui Yuping, regardless of whether he was ill or if you did your best to capture him, it is still a great contribution. This Alliance leader will definitely not overlook it. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader. That disciple was overjoyed and cupped his hands to express his gratitude. Where is Shui Yuping? Quickly bring him to see this Alliance leader. I still have some questions to ask him. Vice Leader Chai couldn't wait any longer. This Shui Yuping is seriously ill, and this disciple has already found a divine doctor in the Alliance to treat him. However, he can't move around freely. If the Alliance wants to interrogate him, then I will have to make a trip personally. Hee, that's for sure. Vice Leader Chai laughed. Back then, when we destroyed the Misty School and killed their gang leader, at the Misty Peak, only 3 of the Misty Peak's 6 tigers were left. Other than Hu Yuni, who was seriously injured, the other 2 were crippled. Only Shui Yuping, who was the rightful vice gang leader of the Misty School, escaped because he was commanding the Navy and wasn't at the Misty Peak. In recent years, he was chased by the Dalan Temple and the Xian Rong gang and disappeared without a trace. Now that we have captured him, it is another great contribution after destroying the Misty School. If this Alliance leader doesn't go and see him, how can I show his importance? Yes, Alliance leader is wise. After that disciple finished speaking, he brought Vice Leader Chai to a rather luxurious guest room. Vice Alliance Leader Chai frowned as soon as he entered the room. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. When he looked at the bed, he saw a yellow-skinned man lying on his back. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Beside the bed sat an old man dressed as a doctor. He had just removed his fingers from a man's wrist when he saw Vice Leader Chai enter. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Greetings, Vice Leader Chai. And Vice Leader Chai snorted. How is this person's illness? Reporting to Alliance Master, this person's illness isn't serious. It's just that he's been delayed for too long, so he's scratching his head a little. I've already asked the medicine boy to brew some medicine for him. Just now, I check his pulse, and it's gradually stabilizing. If he takes the medicine for another 7 days and recuperates for a month or 2, he should be fine. Good. Vice Leader Chai clapped his hands. This person is very important to our Righteous Tao Alliance. As long as you treat him, you will naturally be rewarded. Thank you, Alliance Leader. The doctor was overjoyed. He no longer called him Vice Leader and directly called him Alliance Leader. Vice Leader Chai walked to the bed and saw that the man's eyes were tightly shut. He couldn't help but sneer. Shui Yuping, Vice Leader Shui, since you are already in our Righteous Tao Alliance, why are you pretending to be unconscious? Hearing Vice Leader Chai's words, Shui Yuping's eyelids trembled. She hesitated for a moment before opening her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fatigue and indignation. Vice Leader Chai, I have long heard of your name, but I have never had the chance to meet you. Now that I'm seriously ill, I can't greet you. This old man has always wanted to meet you, but you've always been hiding from this old man. How do you expect this old man to meet you? If not for your illness, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult to meet you. Shortly after, Vice Leader Chai mocked himself. What great name. I am just this old man. On Ethereal Peak, my right arm was chopped off by Li Jian from your Misty School. Vice Leader Shui, you must have heard more about this. Shui Yuping's eyes twitched a few times. Her tone was filled with indignation. I am just a nobody on the water path. I don't know why the Alliance leaders of the Righteous Tao Alliance think so highly of me. Even if I am seriously ill, you still invited me to Righteous Tao Peak? Seriously ill? You're seriously ill, and you still know that this is Righteous Tao Peak? Vice Leader Chai mocked. If you're just a nobody, why would the Xian Rong gang join forces with the Dalan Temple to occupy your territory? Why would the monks from the Dalan Temple look for you everywhere? Forget it, Vice Leader Shui. Let's not beat around the bush. You're the Vice Leader of the Misty School. The Alliance of the Righteous Tao, the Dalan Temple, and the Incense Cult joined forces to destroy the Misty School. You should know the reason. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just tell me the secret. Then, he looked at the herbs in the room. Look at you now. Even an ordinary illness can make you like this. If the alliance of the righteous Tao didn't find you, you might have died of illness. If this spread to Jianghu, wouldn't you become a laughingstock? Cough, cough. Shui Yuping was so angry that her face turned red. She said, "Isn't it all because of the monks from the Dalin Temple?" He, Vice Leader Shui, if you are sensible, the alliance of the righteous Tao will guarantee that the monks from the Dalin Temple won't cause you any trouble in the future. Also, you might be able to remove the vice from your title. Shui Yuping raised her eyebrows. What do you mean, Vice Leader Chai? What do I mean? Vice Leader Chai smiled. I remember that when Hu Yuni from the Misty School escaped, he brought a disciple called Tian Tian with him. Do you know him? Shui Yuping's expression changed. So what if I know him? So what if I don't? I also remember that Tian Tian's surname is Shui. Also, he is the disciple of the chief disciple of the Misty School, Zhang Changwei. Well, Shui Yuping suddenly felt like she had lost all her strength. She waved her hand and said, Vice Leader Chai, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Hee, Vice Leader Shui, after your brothers from the Misty School were destroyed by the Shinrong gang and the Dalin Temple, they have been hiding. Why didn't you go find Hu Yuni? Or perhaps the remaining members of the Misty School don't recognize you as their vice leader. Vice Leader Chai looked at Shui Yuping and continued, You should know that you are the vice leader of the Misty School. After O Peng died, you should be the leader of the Misty School. Although Hu Yuni is O Peng Sr. and could be considered the grand elder of the Misty School, he still has to listen to you, the vice leader. Even if you don't become the vice leader, that disciple called Tian Tian is the disciple of the chief disciple of the Misty School. The chief disciple should have inherited O Peng's position. Now that the chief disciple is dead, his disciple, Tian Tian, should have inherited O Peng's position as the leader of the Misty School. Tian Tian is only an 11 or 12-year-old disciple. If he doesn't have a strong backer in the Misty School, how can he be the leader? If you don't go back to the Misty School and stay by Tian Tian's side, how can he be the leader? Not only that, if someone wants to be the leader of the Misty School, then Tian Tian's life can't be saved. Shui Yuping's expression turned ugly. It was as if he had spoken her mind. Why didn't Hu Yuni let you go find them? I'm afraid you know better than me. Vice Leader Chai asked with a smile. The Misty School has already been destroyed. It's extremely difficult to rebuild it. Moreover, Hu Yuni is heavily injured and hasn't recovered for many years. If he wanted to be the leader, he could have done it a long time ago. Why did he have to go through so many twists and turns? Shui Yuping said coldly, but the look in her eyes showed that she wasn't determined enough. Ha ha! Vice Leader Chai laughed. You may know a person for a long time, but you don't know his true nature. Moreover, Vice Leader Shui is still in the prime of her life. If you can become the leader of a large faction in the martial arts world, who says you won't be remembered for generations to come? People need to have a little ambition. Hee, Shui Yuping laughed. Vice Leader Chai, you've said so much. I understand, but I don't know what the Righteous Alliance is thinking. Even when you 3 factions destroyed the Misty School, I was still in the dark. I still don't know the reason. Vice Leader Chai clapped his hands and said, I love talking to smart people. Vice Leader Shui, why don't you tell me? There's nothing much to say. Vice Leader Chai, think about it. I just joined the Misty School before it was destroyed. Openg only let me take the position of Vice Leader because he didn't need to control the Luo Shui faction. Moreover, he used the chance to get the Misty School's legacy cultivation method as bait. So, Openg, or the 6 Misty Tigers didn't think of me as a direct descendant of the Misty School. Or rather, they didn't have enough time to trust me. Yes, Vice Leader Chai nodded. Vice Leader Shui is right. Didn't you notice something strange, Vice Sect Master Shui? He asked. Shui Yuping smiled bitterly. How would I know? I was sent back to the Luo Shui faction the moment I joined the Misty School. My family members were all in the Misty School. How would I know about the Misty Mountain Manor? Even every day, I rarely see it. I only treated Zhang Changyue to a banquet when he was my disciple. Vice Leader Chai hesitated for a moment before asking. Then, Vice Leader Shui, have you seen a sheepskin scroll? Sheepskin scroll? Shui Yuping thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I have never heard of it, let alone seen it. Yes, Vice Leader Chai thought for a moment and said, Vice Leader Shui, only you and I will know about today's conversation. No one else will know. Moreover, the matter of Vice Gang Leader Shui coming to my Righteous Tao Alliance is between you and me. There is absolutely no third person who knows about it. Vice Gang Leader Shui, please rest assured that my Righteous Tao Alliance will definitely help Vice Gang Leader Shui fulfill her promise. Shui Yuping wanted to say something, but stopped. Vice Alliance Leader Chai walked to the door and turned around. As for whether Vice Alliance Leader Shui or Tian is the Alliance Leader, our Righteous Alliance doesn't care. What we care about is that sheepskin scroll. After speaking, he closed the door and left. It was a quiet room. It was very simple. On the wall, there was a merciful-looking Buddha holding 7 bamboo sticks. There was a bookshelf under the Buddha and a few yellow cloth praying mats. At this moment, there were a few old monks with white hair sitting on the praying mats. The one in front was the head elder of the Dalan Temple. Abbot, I have already reported the matter of Worry-Free City. Do you have anything else to say? The head elder closed his eyes and slowly moved his Buddhist beads from one to the other. The sandalwood beside him still emitted a faint fragrance. After a long time, the head elder opened his mouth and said, Our Dalan Temple has been in Jianghu for tens of thousands of years. Since the path of immortality, we have not fallen behind anyone. Now that the path of immortality is flourishing, our Dalan Temple is flourishing. Why are you so nervous? But the monk said, that person from the path of immortality is very skilled. He has the legendary flying technique and flying sword technique. I'm afraid, this is the doing of the Tenryu sect. Does the abbot not feel that this is a provocation from the Tenryu sect? Brother Changgung, others may not know the strength of our Dalan Temple, but don't you know? Years ago, after our founder founded the Tenryu sect, we were surrounded by the Misty School and the Incense School. At that time, the situation was very bad. How is it now? It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Years ago, the Tenryu sect couldn't destroy our Dalan Temple. Today, it's even more impossible. Moreover, Macho City belongs to the Incense School. Since the Incense School hasn't done anything, why should we be worried? Moreover, we are people who are not part of this world. We are free and quiet. Why should we be bothered by external things? The abbot is right. Changgung put his palms together and said in a low voice, Our Dalan Temple is not like the Misty School. If the path of immortality comes, we will use earth to block them. If soldiers come, we will block them. Why should we be afraid? When he said this, the head elder raised his eyebrows. His calm demeanor disappeared, and his voice was full of arrogance. It was a simple and unadorned hall that occupied a vast area. It was more than 10 times larger than the Mo Xin Palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. The entire hall was dark red in color and exuded a mysterious aura. The thick pillars that even 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around were engraved with all kinds of strange, malevolent faces. All of them didn't look human, but they also had human expressions. Some had wings on their backs, some had 3 heads, and some were spitting out scarlet flames while chewing on something bloody. The hall was over 100 feet tall, and there were many carvings on the ceiling. These carvings were arranged in groups, and they seemed to be telling a story. The main characters in the story all had horns on their heads, and they were human-shaped and ghostly. There were also some who had handsome faces, but their bodies were grotesquely shaped. Among the patterns, many faint talismans could be faintly seen. These talismans were different from the ones Zhang Xiaohua learned from Elder Hua. They were also different from the ones on the Xiu tablet of Chuanxiang cult. However, they were similar to the innate divine restriction that Zhang Xiaohua was practicing. At this moment, there were a few people in the hall. However, their clothes were different from the ordinary people of Jianghu. Some of them had their clothes half torn, revealing their bare arms. Some of them only wore a few pieces of cloth to cover their important parts. The rest of them were naked. Some of them were completely black and covered their entire body. Above them, there was a chair. It was very strange. The back of the chair was about 10 feet tall. At the top of the back, there were two strange beast heads. The beast heads spat out a white bone from their mouths. The bone was long and embedded at the edge of the chair. The armrest of the chair was pitch black. At this moment, there was a white skull at the top. A fair and slender hand was pressing on the skull. The hand moved, and the index finger moved slightly. A magnetic voice sounded. A person of the immortal Tao actually appeared in Sorrow City? Hee, this is interesting. It's a pity that the Chuanxiang cult is in seclusion and they don't care about it. Who would care about this? However, this person of the immortal Tao appeared out of nowhere. Other than the Chuanxiang cult, the Dalan Temple, and my Dragon God sect, where else could there be a person of the immortal Tao? Could it be the Misty School? Hee, if it were them, the first thing they would do would be to the Righteous Alliance. Why would they have the time to care about Rejuvenation Valley? Everyone in the hall was silent. They were as silent as statues as they listened to the person talking to himself. Gennaro, how is that matter going? It's been 5 years. Why is there no news at all? A beautiful woman with a graceful figure replied. Reporting to Lord Sakura, this subordinate has been working on it ever since I received the Lord's decree. However, I still haven't found a single clue, and hurry up. On the tall chair, the tall figure covered in a loose black cloak appeared somewhat thin and small. Flying technique. Garuda, you can't compare to this person. Reporting to Heavenly King, this subordinate's Imperial Wind technique is also at the great accomplishment level. There may be a gap between us, but the gap shouldn't be too big. After all, our Dragon God sect's Imperial Wind technique is different from others. A lean man wrapped in pitch-black clothes said arrogantly, "Forget it. Since this person has shown his face, he will probably appear in the Jianghu in the future. We'll talk about it when we meet him. However, the Qi of heaven and earth has recovered, and the immortal Tao is about to flourish. My Dragon God sect also has to deal with this. That Righteous Alliance destroyed the Misty School, and the Chuanxiang cult and the Dalan Temple were also involved. There must be some unknown secret behind this. However, the news that our disciples sent was for some martial arts secret manual. But until now, the Misty School has been destroyed for 4 years, and I still don't know the reason behind it. Don't you think this is ridiculous?" The Sakura said sternly. "No matter if it's the Chuanxiang cult or the Dalan Temple, there's no need to fear them. Even if the Misty School and the Chuanxiang cult were destroyed, it has nothing to do with us. However, the reason why they were destroyed and why the two big sects were involved is related to us. This, I must know." Seeing that the Sakura was angry, everyone in the hall didn't speak. After waiting for a long time, a very ugly man said, "Reporting to Heavenly King, the reason why the Misty School was destroyed is only known by the 3 sect leaders. The others are not clear. The survivors of the Misty School were all captured by the Chuanxiang cult. If we want to get information, we have to start with these people. But although we have direct subordinates in the Chuanxiang cult, but the Chuanxiang cult's protection array is very powerful. The news can't be spread out. Even if there's any clue, we won't know. What about the Misty Schools Hu Yuni and the others? Aren't they in the Jianghu? Why can't we find any loopholes? This, Heavenly King, if I capture Hu Yuni, I may be able to find some clues. But wouldn't this be beating the grass and alerting the snake? If the Chuanxiang cult and the Dalan Temple are prepared, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to Heavenly King's actions. There's nothing this or that." The Sakura was still unhappy. "When my Dragon God sect does things, how can there be so many taboos? Quickly do it. I want to know the reason." Chapter 974. The morning sun gushed out from the mountains in the east, waking up the birds in the forest. The continuous mountains, which looked like creeping monsters, gradually revealed their outlines. The faint mist dissipated, tearing apart the veil covering the small stream by the mountain. On the lush grass in the forest, the dewdrops were like tears, sparkling and translucent. A few nameless wildflowers, either yellow or red, had just bathed in the sunlight when they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves in the distance on a small path in the forest that was not very wide. When they got closer, they could see that one of them was a handsome white horse. On the horse was a woman in a light purple palace dress with a white veil covering her face. The other was a monster that looked like a donkey, but it wasn't one. On the monster was a slender young man with a slightly tender face. These two people were Zhang Xiaohua and Dream, who had been traveling for half a month. Zhang Xiaohua's face showed a little bit of wind and frost. Dream looked at her and said with concern, "Xiaohua, why are you in such a hurry? According to the map of the hierarch, we should reach the Dalan Temple in a few miles. We can get there at noon. Look at you. You've been traveling for a long time, and you look haggard." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, "In Jianghu, of course we have to eat and sleep in the open. We're quite relaxed. Besides, I'm not as tired as you said." "Not tired?" Dream curled her lips and said, "I used to think about how free it was to travel in Jianghu, but now that I'm in Jianghu, I know how dangerous it is. Not to mention those strong people who rob us. There are also many thieves who secretly covet our belongings. If you didn't have some experience in Jianghu, I'm afraid we don't know when we'll get there. Senior sister Changshun has always been thinking about traveling in Jianghu. I think even if she comes, she may not be able to get any advantage." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. Traveling in Jianghu is not just about martial arts. Vision, experience, and so on are all very important. Chun will certainly be at a disadvantage at first, but it may not be the same in the future. Of course, if you go out with them as an emissary, right now put on your palace robe and veil. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that you are an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Who would dare to have any ideas about you?" "That's right. Now that I think about it, having a powerful sect is such a fortunate thing. Haha. Well, you have everything you want now. You'd better hurry up and send the invitation to the Dalan Temple. Now that I've been out for more than a month, I wonder how things are at Dianchi Lake." Senior Sister Peacock and Senior Sister Yuyin have both come out. There are also many disciples who have gone to other sections. I'm sure that the matter of me spreading the incense order has already caused a stir in the martial world. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "The day before yesterday, in the restaurant by the river, I heard the men who were escorting people talk about some anecdotes of the Jianghu. The matters of Rejuvenation Valley were all mentioned, but there was no mention of the incense cult. I'm afraid." "Then why did you make me wear this palace dress and veil?" Meng rebuked. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and said, "Perhaps the hierarch has a good plan? He wants us to leave at different times, but arrive at our destination at the same time? Isn't that so?" Meng was startled. "I was wondering why the two of us were allowed to leave first. According to the rules, Senior Sister Peacock should be the first to leave." As the two of them chatted, they walked up the mountain ridge. From the top of the mountain ridge, they could see that there were temples with green tiles and red walls. All of a sudden, the melodious sound of a bell rang out, causing one to feel refreshed. What a place! The green tiles glowed brightly under the sunlight, and the green forest around the temple exuded a rich vitality. Zhang Xiaohua could faintly see the incense burning in the temple, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration when he noticed a refined atmosphere that was different from that of the incense cult. "Isn't that so? This temple is so vast and majestic. It's worthy of being called an immortal sect. It's not inferior to my incense order. I wonder what the other Tenryu sect is like. Who knows? However, the Tenryu sect is known as the #1 sect in the world. It should be more majestic than the Dalan Temple and the incense order. Isn't that easy? Let's go back and ask Senior Sister Peacock." As the two of them spoke, they descended the mountain ridge and rode their horses towards the temple. Looking from afar, they didn't feel anything. When they got closer, they saw that there were people coming and going in front of the temple. There were many people offering incense and praying. Zhang Xiaohua was riding a David's deer, and he was wearing a palace dress. He was very different from the others. Before he reached the door of the temple, he attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was pointing at him in surprise. Xiaohua, something isn't right. Meng looked at the crowd in front of the temple and said, "Didn't the hierarch say that women are forbidden from entering? The Dalan temple forbids women from entering. That's why they sent you here. But look, there are many women carrying incense and candles in." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled. He looked carefully and said, "That's right. The plaque above the temple also says Dalan Temple." Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart. He didn't dare to release his divine sense. The Dalan Temple was a colossus on par with the Incense Order. Moreover, the immortal who saved Rejuvenation Valley was in the limelight. If he released his divine sense, not only would the Dalan Temple know, but the Incense Order would also know. Then, there would be a reasonable explanation for all the inexplicable matters. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off his deer and walked toward an old man. He bowed and said, "Sir, may I ask if this is the Dalan Temple?" "Yes." "Young man, don't you know how to read?" The old man smiled and pointed at the words on the plaque. "If the young don't work hard, the old will be sad. You should study hard and learn how to read." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. However, he still cared for the elderly and said respectfully, "This one has already seen it. I just want to ask if this is the only Dalan temple in this area." The old man slammed his walking stick on the ground and said angrily, "Young man, are you here to offer incense? There is only one Dalan temple in this area. How can there be another Dalan temple?" "Hee, please forgive me. This one is here to fulfill a wish for others. If I enter the wrong temple, won't I be ridiculed by Buddha? Go in, go in." The old man waved his hand. "This is the only Dalan temple in this world. It can't be wrong. But I heard that the Dalan temple doesn't allow women to enter. Is this true? It's all a rumor. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Out of the 10 people who come to the Dalan temple, 70% are women. If women are not allowed to enter, how can the Dalan temple prosper? Don't worry, old man. This one has one last thing to ask." "Yes. May I ask who is the current abbot of the Dalan temple? Is it still Master Changsheng?" "Master Changsheng?" The old man was obviously stunned. Although this Buddhist name sounds nice, the abbot of the Dalan temple is a good friend of mine in my early years. His Buddhist name is Wu Ho, not Changsheng. "Thank you for your explanation." Zhang Xiaohua returned after bowing. She frowned and said, "It's just as you said. This temple is strange, and the abbot has been changed to Wu Ho. Did something unexpected happen to the Dalan temple in this month? Then, since women are allowed to enter, how about I follow you inside and take a look?" Zhang Xiaohua had no objections. The two of them entered the Dalan temple hand in hand. Inside the Dalan temple was an extremely spacious and empty space. It was several times bigger than the square of the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. Unlike the Lotus Escort Agency, there were many pilgrims gathered in the square. All of them were holding lit incense sticks in their hands. Huge incense burners were placed in pairs in the 4 corners of the square. These incense burners were open and many pilgrims lit the incense sticks in their hands. They placed them in the burners and then walked to the back of the main hall in 2s and 3s. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng didn't hold any incense sticks. They just followed behind and watched with interest. After passing the main hall, there was another square. Beside each incense burner in the square stood a handsome young monk who wasn't very tall. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng came in front of a monk and bowed. "Little master, there's something I need your help with." The monk put his palms together and said with a smile, "Benefactor, you're too polite. What's the matter?" "Well, this senior and I came from the incense cult. We're here to pay our respects to the Dalan temple's abbot Changsheng." "Abbot Changsheng?" The young monk was stunned and asked curiously, "Little benefactor, are you mistaken? I've been here for 3 years. I only know that the abbot of the Dalan temple is Master Wu Lun. I've never heard of Changsheng." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "What about the great Master Changgung and Master Changsheng?" "I've never heard of them." The monk shook his head. "Then, does the Dalan temple have any little monks called Yuan Lai or Yuan Kong?" "No." The monk shook his head. I'm afraid you're mistaken. Oh yes, does the Dahlin Temple have a commandment hall and Arhut hall? Huh? Little benefactor, don't make fun of me. The Dahlin Temple is only this big. Why would there be so many things to pay attention to? What commandment hall and Arhut hall? If you want to burn incense and make a vow, please buy some incense and candles and burn them in the Great Strength Hall. Zhang Xiaohua was discouraged. Suddenly, she was stunned and smiled. How big did you say the Dahlin Temple is? Little benefactor, don't make fun of me. Isn't the Dahlin Temple only this big? Do you think that the entire mountain is the Dahlin Temple? Ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Yes, that's what I thought. However, after listening to Little Master's words, I know I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong either. We're both right. After saying that, she cupped her hands and turned to leave. The young monk was left behind. He looked at the smiling Zhang Xiaohua and thought to himself, what is this little benefactor thinking? Are you looking for someone to identify Chan Ji? After pulling Meng Qi out of the Dahlin Temple, Meng Qi asked, why did you come out? What did you say to that little monk? I don't think I understand. Haha, it's nothing. I just know that this Dahlin Temple is not the Dahlin Temple, and this Dahlin Temple is the Dahlin Temple. Chapter 975. Meng was stunned and asked curiously, what do you mean by this Dahlin Temple? What do you mean by that Dahlin Temple? Why am I getting more and more confused? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said mysteriously, come with me. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua pulled Dream's hand. The two of them led their horses past the entrance of the Dahlin Temple. They followed the mountain path up the mountain and headed to the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain was a dense forest. From time to time, they could hear the chirping of birds. As the two of them walked through the forest, a sense of serenity filled their hearts. Meng glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also smiling at her. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She leaned her head sideways on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and wrapped his arm around Meng's waist. The two of them leaned against each other as they strolled along the mountain path. Warm times were always short. Just when Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were hoping that they would walk on this path forever, they arrived at a mountain spring. Are you thirsty? Zhang Xiaohua whispered into Meng's ear. No, don't talk. I just want to hear your heartbeat. Zhang Xiaohua laughed, but before he could finish laughing, he raised his eyebrows and looked towards the mountain path in the distance. Meng Shu's eyes were slightly closed, but when Zhang Xiaohua looked up, she opened her eyes as well. At the end of the mountain path in the distance, a group of bald monks ran over. They looked to be in their teens. This group of monks was strange. They were using the qing gong that was commonly seen in the Jianghu. But when they were using it, their arms were spread open, and each of their hands was holding a huge bucket that was about the same height as them. The bottom of the bucket was also different from usual. It was pointed. The monks rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua and company, but they did not even look at them. They walked straight to the mountain spring, and each of them threw the buckets in their hands into the mountain spring. They filled 2 buckets with water, and just like before, they stretched out their arms and grabbed the 2 buckets in their hands. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were shocked. The buckets were quite big, and the water must have weighed more than 100 jin. These monks were only in their teens, and they were holding the buckets at shoulder height. How could they do it with less than 100 jin of strength? Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked at each other in surprise. These monks were the lowest disciples of the Dahlin Temple. Fetching water must be part of their daily routine. As the saying goes, looking at a leopard through a tube. Just by looking at the monks' skills, they knew how rich the Dahlin Temple was. Little Master, is the Dahlin Temple in front? Meng Qi asked the last monk hurriedly. However, the monk only looked at them from the corner of his eyes and ignored them. He carried the buckets with both hands and turned a corner. This little monk is really ignorant, Meng Qi said softly. The little monk seemed to have heard Meng Qi's words, and his ears moved slightly. However, at this moment, perhaps because he was distracted or because the spring was slippery, the little monk slipped and fell into the spring. However, even so, the small monk still held onto the 2 buckets tightly. Because of this, the 2 buckets weighed over 100 jin. The small monk was unable to adjust his balance and fell into the mountain spring. At this moment, it was already too late for him to let go of the buckets. Io, seeing that the little monk was about to fall into the spring, Meng Qi cried out. She moved slightly and wanted to save him. However, before she could finish her cry, she saw Zhang Xiaohua's familiar figure. She floated towards the little monk like a wisp of smoke. The little monk didn't notice, and a hand grabbed him by the back of his neck. He was pulled up from the spring, and his body floated back to the top of the mountain. The 2 buckets in the monk's hands were like feathers. Zhang Xiaohua's actions were very fast. When the little monks heard Meng Qi's cry and turned around, Zhang Xiaohua had already landed with the little monk. The little monk was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He wanted to thank Zhang Xiaohua with his palms together, but when he saw the buckets in his hands, he nodded apologetically at Zhang Xiaohua. He then looked at the group of little monks and raised his right eyebrow. Without saying a word, he stood up and chased after the little monk. This little monk? Why didn't he say thank you? Meng Qi said unhappily, although I didn't save his life, I didn't let him become a drowned rat. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng Qi was still wary of the Dalan Temple. She complained with a smile. Didn't you see that these little monks didn't say a word? Even when the little monk was about to fall into the water, he didn't say a word. Also, look at the sharp bottom of the buckets. It seemed like they weren't allowed to stop. Didn't you see the little monk winking at us? Wasn't he trying to tell us to follow him? Oh, I see. Meng Qi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she smacked her lips and said, Xiaohua, your qin gong isn't good. Compared to senior sister Qin Shun, you have to work hard to cultivate your ni gong in the future. Sai, the Jianghu is so dangerous. I still need you to protect me. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She felt wronged and explained, Meng Qi, I can compete with anyone. Why do I have to compete with senior sister Chun? She is a direct disciple of the Inner Gate. Now she is a successor disciple. It is said that if there is no accident, she will be in the position of Nanjing Gang. How can I compete with her? Then compete with senior sister Kong? Compare with Yuyin? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She could only pat her chest and said, I know. They're all examples that I have to follow. The hierarch has given me the Nigong Heart Sutra. After I practice well, I will ask you to teach me the peerless Qin Gong of the incense cult. Meng Qi stretched out a finger and put it in front of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth to stop him from speaking. She smiled and said, Don't ask me to teach you. My Qin Gong is not as good as yours. If you learn from me, I don't know how I will harm you. She then looked at the little monk who was gradually getting further away. She rolled her eyes and said, Why don't you learn from this group of little monks? They're doing this to train their arm strength and also to practice their Qin Gong. Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and said, That is very reasonable. The Qin Gong of the incense cult is very coy. It is obvious that it is practiced by women. It is better to learn from the Dalan Temple. There is always some masculine energy. Hey, Meng Qi spat. If I do that, won't I be chased by senior sister Chun for thousands of miles? She then looked in front and smiled. Let's go. If we don't go now, that group of little monks will be far away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng Qi and smiled sweetly. The two of them quickened their pace and chased after the group of little monks. Although the little monk was young, he walked very fast. It was obvious that he often practiced here. When Zhang Xiaohua passed through a call, there were 3 forks in the road. The 3 paths were exactly the same, and there was no difference. The group of little monks had long disappeared. Xiaohua, look. Meng Qi frowned at first, but then she smiled at the middle path and said, You are not helping people for nothing. You will receive a reward in just a moment. Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully. Indeed, there were some water stains on the side of the road. This little monk is interesting. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, He didn't ask us why we came to the Dalan Temple. He just pointed the way. What do you want? Do whatever you want. Do you think the Dalan Temple is afraid of you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Meng Qi sneered. That is true. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Lord Hierarch made me a guardian disciple, but he didn't ask me which sect I came from. Isn't that the reason? Well, let's go. Meng Qi pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and the two of them walked on the middle path. Although there was a horse, Meng Qi still liked to hold his lover's hand like this. Step by step, it seemed that only by doing so could he feel at ease. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the mountain path gradually leveled out and widened. There was also a piece of bluestone paving the path. Not far away on the left side of the mountain, there was a smooth platform chiseled out. On the platform was a small, triangular pavilion. At this time, a tall monk with a shiny head was standing on top of it, holding a crescent moon shovel. When a monk heard the sound of horse hooves and saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Qi, he frowned slightly. He didn't get down and shouted loudly. "Two young benefactors, in front of you is a forbidden area of Buddhism. You can't go forward. Please go somewhere else to play." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also shouted, "Master, I would like to ask if this is the location of the famous Dalan Temple in the pugilistic world." Huh? When the monk heard, he was immediately alert. He jumped down from the platform and landed on the stone wall. Using the 8 steps overtaking Cicada, he came to Zhang Xiaohua. "Benefactors, why do you want to know about the Dalan Temple? Are you here because of its reputation, or do you want to become famous?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, "If you want to become famous, why do you want to come to the Dalan Temple?" Hee, young benefactor, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Who in Jianghu doesn't know that our Dalan Temple is the most merciful? Most people who come to the Dalan Temple to challenge us are welcomed with kindness and no harm. If you are lucky and can defeat one, when you return to Jianghu, you can say that you defeated a monk from the Dalan Temple. Then, won't your reputation spread? If you are defeated, it doesn't matter. After eating, wipe your mouth and go back. Come back in 2 days. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and smiled. "Master, you misunderstood. We're not the people you are talking about. If it's not me, then why are you here? This is not a place for ordinary people." The monk didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to finish and interrupted. Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and pointed at Meng. Then, "Great monk, look at my senior sister's dress. Don't tell me you don't know our origin. What's so strange about this outfit?" When the monk heard this, he waved his hand and said, "This poor monk has been patrolling this area for a few years now. Every day, there would be women disguised as disciples of the incense cult coming here. But which one of them is real? Don't you dare try to pass me off as genuine." Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua. Even Meng was shocked. They never thought that someone would pretend to be a disciple of the fragrant religion. Chapter 976. Is it strange? The monk laughed. "Don't you think your trick is very good? Is it something that others can't think of? Hee, there are many smart people in this world. Your trick is already outdated." "Well, I've been talking for a long time. Please turn back." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "May I ask this monk, is the abbot of the Dalan Temple an elder?" "Of course." The monk said proudly. "Since you know it's an elder, do you still want to be lucky? Then it's easy." Zhang Xiaohua turned around and looked at Meng. Meng came forward and said seriously, "I am Zi Xia, a disciple of the Shirtai of the Incense Order. I am here with my sect's guardian disciple, Run Xiaoyao. We are here on the orders of our sect's leader to visit the elder. We have something important to announce. Please send the signal to the temple." Ha ha ha. When the monk heard this, he was not in awe. Instead, he held his stomach and laughed. After a while, he held back his laughter and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. "Him? He is a guardian disciple. You should have a limit to your tricks. How can he be a guardian disciple? Moreover, don't think that I am just a patrol. But I also know that the incense order can only enter the Jianghu in 2 years. You are here now. How can it be? Ha ha." When the monk finished laughing, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was expressionless and looked at him coldly. She sneered and said, "You can go back. I see that you are just juniors who have just entered the Jianghu. I will not pursue your crime of trespassing into the Dalan Temple for the time being." How can I make you believe me? Meng asked. She then took out her waist token and threw it to the monk. This is my waist token. It could be considered a token of the incense order. Check it. The monk borrowed it and looked at it carefully. However, his face was blank. He threw the token back and shook his head. I'm just a patroller. Well, have I ever seen a token from the incense cult? Even if this thing of yours is fake, I wouldn't know. You? How can you believe me? Meng Qi said anxiously. I don't know. I only know that the incense cult will only have someone appear the year after next, especially a so-called inner disciple like you. You? Meng Qi was speechless. Master, why don't you take this waist token to the temple and look for Elder Chang'an or directly report to the elders? Wouldn't you be able to find out the truth? Zhang Xiaohua suppressed her temper and suggested. How can that be? The monk shook his head and said, in my early years, I also fell for the same trick and was even whipped a few times by the commandment courtyard. How can I fall for it again? Seeing the monk's repeated refusal, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but get angry. She sneered and said, then according to the great monk, how can you deliver this token to the temple? How can we meet the elders? Hee. The great monk heard and sneered, not to mention that you are fake and just want to make a name for yourself. Even if you are real disciples of the incense cult, since you are in our Dalan temple, you have to follow the rules of our Dalan temple. Then he looked at the sky and said, at this time, I'm the only one on duty. I can't leave my post without permission. You all should wait here. When someone comes to take over the duty, I will bring your so-called waist token to the temple. But, great monk, can you please tell me how long it will be until next shift? Meng Qi sighed and asked. It's not long, not long. It's only 6 hours. 6 hours? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, after 6 hours, the sun will be setting in the west. Yes. The monk had a look of, you just know. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and laughed. As the saying goes, it is easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. It is indeed so. Then she looked at Meng Qi and smiled. I now know why the hierarch sent me here. As she spoke, she reached out and took the great wisdom sword from Huan's back. She jumped up and said while in the air, do you want me to break into the Dalan temple? Before he finished speaking, the great wisdom heavy sword had already struck towards the big monk's face. The great monk had been talking for a long time and was already alert of the two's movements. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua make a move, he was happy and shouted, you finally revealed your foxtail. As he spoke, the crescent moon spade also waved. The egg-sized stick met Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. It seemed like he wanted to knock Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword away. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the heavy sword clashed with the crescent moon spade. The monk felt a ringing in his ears as his hands trembled violently. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was immediately ruptured and fresh blood flowed out. His feet also felt the ground tighten as he forcefully sunk half an inch into the limestone floor. Looking at the crescent moon spade in his hand, the great monk was embarrassed and angry. He glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, You really came to break the gate. After speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Xiaohua to speak. He took out an item from his chest and threw it into the air. The item exploded in the air, and a small red signal appeared in the air. If you're a man, don't run away. Don't you want to be famous? I will make you famous. The great monk said fiercely. Oomph. Zhang Xiaohua looked at a series of actions and did not say anything. She only snorted from her nose. In a short moment, 4 or 5 monks of the same size ran out from the mountain path. The one in front shouted from afar, Junior Yuan Ming, is there someone breaking the gate? Why can't you stop them? However, when the 5 monks saw Zhang Xiaohua and Ming, they couldn't help but be surprised. After standing in a triangular formation, they frowned and said, Yuan Ming, are these the people who want to break through the gate? Yes, Senior Yuan Ming, look. Yuan Ming handed over the crescent moon spade in his hand and said, this guy is quite strong. He even smashed my crescent moon spade into this state. When the great monk saw this, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua's thin figure and said in disbelief, this this is really done by him? Senior Yuan Ming, if it is not him, who else can it be? Yuan Ming said anxiously. Good guts. The monk laughed and said, our Dalan Temple has always been good at external martial arts. You actually dared to bend Junior Yuan Ming's crescent moon spade. Didn't you want us to see your strength? Using this to slap our Dalan Temple's face? Since that is the case, Junior Yuan Ming, let us attack together and take down this little nephew who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. We will also let him know that our Dalan Temple's external martial arts are the best in the world. Yes. When the other four heard this, they immediately spread out and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua and Ming. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was too lazy to explain and said with a smile, since your Dalan Temple wants to make a fool of yourself, why shouldn't I help you? As she said this, she used the ethereal steps and waved the great wisdom sword in her hand, chopping towards the enemy. In this 1 month's time from Worry City to the Dalan Temple, Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to daily practice, focused her energy on the Sword of the Heavens and the Heaven's Startling Stick. Although the Sword of the Heavens did not make much progress, the Heaven's Startling Stick had made great progress. Otherwise, how could she force Yuan Ming to the brink of death? Since Yuan Ming could not withstand it, his senior brothers naturally could not either. Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps was incomparably miraculous. In just a few moves, the weapons in the hands of the 5 monks were bent. Their palms were cracked, and their arms were numb. You, the great monk who came later threw his weapon on the ground and said in amazement, Benefactor, which sect are you from? With such divine strength, you are exactly the kind of person our Dalan Temple is looking for. If you join our Dalan Temple, your future will be limitless. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, I am Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple of the fragrant religion. Why would I join your Dalan Temple? Our Dalan Temple is a super sect in Jianghu. How can the fragrant religion compare to us? The great monk had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized, what? The fragrant religion? You said the fragrant religion? At this time, his gaze fell on Zhang Xiaohua's back in Meng's dress. He said in disbelief, You are really disciples of the fragrant religion. Of course we are disciples of the fragrant religion. We wouldn't dare to impersonate you. Why didn't you say so earlier? The great monk said anxiously, Do you have any proof? Meng handed the waist token to him and said, We have already told this great monk. The monk took the waist token and glared at Yuan Meng. He also looked at it carefully and said with a bitter smile, This poor monk is not talented and cannot distinguish this waist token. What? Do you want her to join the Dalan Temple? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. No, this poor monk will immediately send this waist token to the temple. Naturally, the elders of our sect will check it. The monk turned to someone and said, Junior, please go and send this waist token to Marshal Uncle Changong. He has dealt with the fragrant religion before, so he should know. Yes. The monk took the waist token and ran away. Please wait for a moment. The great monk put his hands together and said, There will be news from the temple soon. I don't dare. Thank you for your trouble, great monk. Great monk? The monk was shocked and waved his hand. This poor monk is Yuan Hai. Benefactor's martial arts are high, so please call me Yuan Hai. I don't dare to call you great monk. Oh, right. Are you and this lady really disciples of the fragrant religion? This lady looks like she is an inner disciple. Could it be that he didn't return to the incense order and has always been in Jianghu? When Zhang Xiaohua saw the monk's amiable attitude, she also said, Of course we are disciples of the fragrant religion. As for why we are not spreading the incense cult, but instead suddenly appearing in the vicinity of the Dalan Temple, when this humble one meets the elder, everything will naturally be revealed. Just as they were talking, they suddenly heard a slight movement. Several people were running towards them. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp, and she had already seen the monk who took the dream waste token. He was hiding behind this group of people. Chapter 9:77. At the front of this group of monks was a small monk who was not very tall. His body was slightly thin, and his face was somewhat young. He looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old. Although he looked young, he had an arrogant look on his face. The dozen monks beside him followed behind him respectfully. Without waiting for the monk to come closer, Yuan Hai saw him and immediately left Zhang Xiaohua behind. He quickly stepped forward, put his palms together, and said with a smile, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Marshal Uncle Kong Jian. How come you have time to come to the mountain gate?" The monk did not return the greeting and only nodded with a smile. "Who are you? Are you the junior nephew on duty today?" "Uncle Master, my name is Yuan Hai. I'm not on duty today. I was practicing Arhut Fist with the other junior brothers in front of the mountain gate when I saw junior brother Yuan Meng's signal." Without waiting for Yuan Hai to finish, Kong Jian waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say any more. I'm only asking if you're on duty today. I saw the signal too. What happened?" Zhang Xiaohua looked on coldly without any expression on his face. The disciple who took the Dreamways token was behind monk Yuan Kong. He must have been stopped by this monk. How could he not know what was going on here? Now that he asked, he was obviously trying to embarrass her. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua did not answer. Sure enough, Yuan Hai looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said to Yuan Hai, "Junior brother Yuan Meng, tell Uncle Master Kong Jian what happened here again." "Yes," Yuan Meng answered respectfully. He walked up to Kong Jian and recounted what had happened just now in full detail. Kong Jian smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "Spreading incense cult? I've only heard of the inner disciples of spreading incense cult. I've never heard of a guardian disciple." The monks at the side roared with laughter. Haha, in this pugilistic world, only the Dalan Temple has a guardian disciple. Even the Tenryu sect doesn't have one. Since when did spreading incense cult have a guardian disciple? Do you still need to say it? They must be impersonating the aroma cult. How dare they provoke our Dalan Temple? Zhang Xiaohua had a light smile on her face. She cupped her hands and said, "I am indeed the protector disciple of the incense cult. Behind me is also the inner disciple of the incense cult's Immo Sun Gong. If little monk does not believe me, you can send your ways token to the temple and ask Great Master Changong to verify it." "Why are you being noisy here?" The word little monk caused Kong Jian's expression to change slightly. The other monks also scolded, "You disciple of unknown origins. This is our Dalan Temple's guardian disciple, Uncle Kong Jian. How can you call him little monk?" "Guardian disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment before she laughed and said, "Haha, I was wondering how it was. It turns out that this is also a guardian disciple. However, I am a messenger sent by the incense cult to the Dalan Temple. I do not have any seniority with your Dalan Temple. This monk is quite young. If I don't call him little monk, what else can I call him? Even if I am also a guardian disciple, I am protecting the teachings of the incense cult. What does it have to do with your Dalan Temple?" Kong Jian was furious. He pointed his finger and said, "Which guardian disciple are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of our Dalan Temple? I am a guardian disciple of the Dalan Temple. I am here to slay demons and uphold Buddhism's righteousness." "Who's afraid of you?" Zhang Xiaohua also laughed. At this moment, he had a vague feeling that the reason why Abbess Jing Yi sent him, a guardian disciple, to the Dalan Temple was not as simple as there being no one else to send. "Bring me my weapon." Kong Jian waved his hand. The monks behind him responded and ran back. In just a moment, there were more than 10 of them. They split into 2 groups and carried 2 huge bronze hammers. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also slightly stunned. The battles in the Jianghu were all about speed and killing. Who would use such a heavy copper hammer? This thing could only be seen in the battle between 2 armies. Seeing that the dozen people were moving slowly, Kong Jian became impatient. He ran over and easily took the bronze hammers. He walked towards Zhang Xiaohua and waved the hammers in his hands. He shouted, "You little brat, tell me your name." Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huanwan's back and held the great wisdom sword in his hand. He walked forward and said, "This one is Ren Xiaoyao. I have already reported it. Could it be that this little monk has a bad memory?" Kong Jian snorted and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, I advise you to tell us your origin honestly. What are you doing in our Dalan temple? Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. You little monk, I've already explained the reason clearly. I didn't say anything else. If you want to fight, go ahead. Who's afraid of you? Ha ha, straightforward. Kong Jian laughed. Although you are pretending to be a disciple of the fragrant religion, I will still let you off a few moves. As he spoke, he waved his hammers again. Rin Xiaoyao, I will let you know that each of my hammers weighs 3,000 jin. A pair of hammers weighs 6,000 jin. If you know that you're not a match for me, you should tell us your origin as soon as possible. Kong Jian insisted that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of the fragrant religion. It was obvious that he wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back. He waved his great wisdom sword and said, My sword is not lighter than your hammers. I do not know the exact weight. Ha ha ha. Kong Jian laughed. There is actually a brat who is more arrogant than me. You think that your sword is comparable to my hammers? This is the biggest joke in the world. Don't blow your mouth until it is crooked. Do the monks of the Dalan temple only know how to speak empty words? Zhang Xiaohua said coldly. Kong Jian's face was filled with anger. He smashed the two hammers in his hands together, creating a pong-pong sound that shook everyone's ears. Then, he leaped up and swung the hammer down with his left hand. His right hand didn't stop there either, and his left hand also swung the hammer down. Watch out for my hammers! Kong Jian shouted and swung his hammers down. Woo! A strange sound came from the bronze hammer in his left hand. The sound was very strange, and it was directed at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of confusion when he heard it. It was just like when Zhang Xiaohua rushed to lingering Fragrance Peak and encountered Hu Ben's copper staff. Zhang Xiaohua used God's guidance to calm her mind. She thought to herself, these hammers are really something. Not only did the hammers have some skill, but Kong Jian's hammering technique was also very brilliant. The left hammer smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. There was a faint intention of using strength to overcome skill. The right hammer followed closely behind. Its trajectory was ethereal. It was not real, but it was not real. It was just waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to respond before making the final move. Why would Zhang Xiaohua be afraid of him? Seeing that the left hammer had knocked her down, she did not panic. She only raised her great wisdom sword and swung it towards the hammer. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword was not aimed at his wrist or the hammer handle, Kong Jian was overjoyed. He was born with great strength and always liked to compete with others in terms of strength. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua had bent Yuan Meng and the others' weapons, he was naturally pleasantly surprised. That was why he came over to find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. However, he was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would avoid him, so he tried to provoke him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had fallen for his trick and used a stick to collide with his bronze hammer, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Good, then show me how strong you are. As he said that, the right hammer suddenly exerted force and caught up with the left hammer. The two hammers smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword. With a loud clang, the twin hammers smashed onto the great wisdom sword. However, there wasn't even a spark. Kong Jian's face was filled with astonishment. His hammers were blocked by Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword and could not move an inch. It felt as if the two hammers had smashed onto a stone slab. However, even if it was a stone slab, it should have been broken. Kong Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he laughed. You do have some skills. Otherwise, how would you dare to cause trouble in front of the Dalan temple? As he spoke, he did not hold back. He raised his twin hammers and used the hammer technique, smashing them down on Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Kong Jian's hammer technique, she was also happy. She did not need to learn sword and knife techniques. After all, she had the mysterious sword technique. However, the hammer technique was rare. Her heaven-shocking cudgel was still lacking. If she could learn something from the hammer technique of the Dalan temple, wouldn't it be perfect? How would Kong Jian know what Zhang Xiaohua was thinking? When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was tired, he smiled and used the hammer technique. He wanted to knock Zhang Xiaohua to the ground with one hammer. In order to see Kong Jian's hammer technique, Zhang Xiaohua memorized it and deliberately showed weakness with her clumsy sword technique. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua's calm appearance made the surrounding disciples speechless. That's right, Senior Kong Jian is an unprecedented genius in the Dalan Temple. He became a guardian disciple at such a young age. However, the strength of his arms, who in the entire Dalan Temple can compare to him? Who is this Ren Xiaoyao? He is actually on par with junior Uncle Kong Jian. Although their voices were soft, Kong Jian heard them clearly. He felt ashamed, and his hammer was like raindrops that fell on Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword. After a while, Kong Jian repeated his technique. Zhang Xiaohua silently went through the entire hammer technique in her heart. She then shouted, "Little monk, you're used to fighting. Now, let's see Ren's sword technique." After saying that, he pulled out his long sword, raised it horizontally in the air, and slashed at Kong Jian's body. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not have any technique and seemed to have no foundation, Kong Jian despised her. Even if it is a sword embryo, you can't possibly treat it as a padao. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword landed halfway, Kong Jian felt a trace of vigilance in his heart. He felt that the heavy sword technique was very exquisite. No matter what technique he used, he would be hit by the heavy sword. Therefore, he had originally used his left hammer to block, while his right hammer was used to hit Zhang Xiaohua's waist. He immediately withdrew his right hammer, stretched out his arms, and used all the strength in his body to knock outwards. Clang! Another loud sound rang out. This time, it was more dull than the previous few times. Kong Jian's arm felt sore, and he felt as though he could not hold the 3,000 Jin heavy hammer anymore. Chapter 978. Kong Jian felt his arm go numb, and he almost lost his grip on the bronze hammer in his hand. He was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He immediately channeled his inner energy into his dantian and channeled it into the meridians in his hand. He forcefully stabilized the bronze hammer in his hand. Then, he clenched his teeth, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He exerted strength in his arms, and forcefully he shook the hammer outwards. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know that he was going to use force. She gently pulled out the great wisdom sword in her right hand. With a woo sound, Kong Jian's bronze hammer hit empty air. The bronze hammer could not hit anything and immediately flew out of his hand. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had blocked his bronze hammer, Kong Jian was shocked. He was even more shocked when Zhang Xiaohua made his arm go numb with a single blow. Now Kong Jian could only feel horror in his heart. To be able to block his bronze hammer, the sword embryo must weigh at least a few thousand pounds. It should be about the same weight as his bronze hammer. Even Kong Jian himself could not lift his bronze hammer so easily. How could he not be shocked when he saw Zhang Xiaohua easily pull out the heavy sword from his bronze hammer, as if it was a piece of straw? However, when Kong Jian saw the hammer flying out of his hand and the shocked expressions of the surrounding disciples, he clenched his teeth and reached into his bosom to take out something. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded, "Kong Jian, what are you doing?" The voice was not loud, as if the person who spoke was still far away. However, it was extremely clear, as if the person was speaking beside one's ear. When Kong Jian heard it, he immediately took out his empty hands from his robe and put his palms together. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Kong-chan." Bang, bang. Two muffled sounds were heard. Kong Jian's two bronze hammers fell to the ground. "Kong Jian, why aren't you training in the martial arts field? Why aren't you studying Buddhist scriptures in the meditation room? Why are you here at the mountain gate?" This sentence was different from the previous one. From the sound of it, it was already close. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a monk in his 40s wearing a moon-white monk robe standing in the mountains not far away. He was looking at them expressionlessly. Reporting to senior brother, "I was originally practicing martial arts in the martial arts field, but when I saw the alarm signal in front of the mountain gate, I came to take a look. I didn't expect that someone would come to my Dalan temple to make trouble." Hee hee. Senior Brother Kong Chan. This person is very powerful. Look, my copper hammer was knocked down by him. It's exactly what Senior Brother wanted to do. Kong Jian reported with a smile, try to show off his cleverness. Sure enough, Senior Brother Kong Chan shook his head slightly and ignored him. He turned his head and said, "This poor monk is Kong Chan of the Dalan Temple. I wonder why Benefactor is causing a disturbance in front of my Dalan Temple." Hee. After beating up the younger generation, the older generation came. After beating up the younger generation, the older generation came. Zhang Xiaohua was repeatedly delayed and was angry. She sneered and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple of the incense cult. I accompanied my senior sister, Imo Nongong Zi Xia, to the Dalan Temple to deliver the invitation. You don't want us to meet you politely, but the disciples of your Dalan Temple have repeatedly obstructed us. I really don't know which sect's rules are these. Do you want her to break into the Dalan Temple and tear apart the harmony between the two sects? Incense cult? Guardian disciple?" Kong Chan's face changed, and he said angrily, "Kong Jian, is what Ren Xiaoxia said true?" Seeing his senior brother getting angry, Kong Jian stuck out his tongue and said in a low voice, "That's what he said, but I've never heard of any protector disciple of the fragrant religion, and there's still more than a year before the disciples of the fragrant religion come out. They must be imposters." "You," Kong Chan said angrily, "since they met us politely, we of the Dalan Temple have to respond with politeness. You are making trouble like this. Aren't you losing face for the Dalan Temple? Whether or not Ren Xiaoxia is a disciple of the incense cult, you are being rude. Go to the discipline hall and receive your punishment. Otherwise, I will report this matter to the abbot." "Don't. Senior brother, please calm down. I will go to the discipline hall. Senior brother, please don't tell the abbot." Kong Jian was shocked and begged for mercy. He took the 2 bronze hammers and ran down a mountain path. "Ren Xiaoxia, please forgive him. He is the youngest disciple of the Kong generation. He has always been naughty and mischievous, but he is intelligent and born with divine strength. So, if he is wrong, this poor monk will apologize on his behalf." Kong Chan said and bowed. "Don't mention it." Zhang Xiaohua saw Kong Chan's humility and smiled. "Young people are full of vigor. Is the nature of a young man." "That's good," Kong Chan said with a smile. However, Ren Xiaoxia said that he is a disciple of the incense cult. This poor monk is also suspicious. "So, please show me your token, Ren Xiaoxia." "That martial uncle, Ren Xiaoxia's token is with me." The disciple who took the waist token slowly walked out of the crowd and raised the waist token. Ridiculous! Seeing that Ren Xiaoyao had indeed taken out the token, Kong Chan did not dare to be negligent. He jumped down from the mountain. The moon-white figure was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit. The momentum and posture were quite different from the incense cult Qinggong. Unable to land on the ground, Kong Chan made a grabbing motion. The token flew out of the disciple's hand and landed in Kong Chan's hand. Dragon controlling hand. Several junior disciples exclaimed in a low voice, their eyes filled with envy. Kong Chan took the waist token in his hand and examined it carefully. He handed it back to the disciple and scolded. The disciple of the incense cult took out the waist token. "Why didn't you send it to the temple earlier? Why are you still here watching the fun?" "Martial uncle, please calm down. It's Martial Uncle Kong Jian." Without waiting for the disciple to finish, Kong Chan waved his hand and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly send it to the temple and present it to the abbot. Consider it as making up for your mistakes." Yes, the disciple did not dare to be negligent. He turned around and flew down. After that, Kong Chan smiled and said, "The Dalan Temple is as famous as your cult. However, unlike your cult, we have the great protective array that can protect us from the harassment of the common people of Jianghu. Every day, there are more than 1 or 2 people who come to our Dalan Temple to become famous. Therefore, the patrolling disciples are really... Haha, I've neglected Ren Xiaoxia and Zixia. Miss, it's fine." In the dream, Zhang Xiaohua was blocked again and again. He was unhappy and said, Although our incense cult has the great protective array, we still treat the disciples of other sects with respect. Kong Chan smiled bitterly and raised his hand to invite them. Your cult and my cult have been friends for thousands of years. Haha, it's not polite to say more. Please, Miss Zixia, Run Xiaoxia, this poor monk will accompany you to the temple. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, and the two of them followed Kong Chan down the mountain path. At the bottom of the mountain path was a very wide, open space. At the end of the open space was an antique temple built against the mountain. The antique architecture, the ancient aura, and the faint smell of incense showed that the temple was not ordinary. In front of the temple, there were many monks dressed in different colors. They were either practicing spears and sticks or practicing martial arts. Some of them were gathered together to discuss their experiences. It was a lively scene. When they reached the middle of the square, Zhang Xiaohua saw that on the plaque at the entrance of the temple, there were 3 ancient characters, Dalan Temple. Each stroke contained a different artistic conception. It was as majestic as the words on the archway of the misty mountain villa. Dong, dong, dong. A melodious bell sounded. The disciples practicing martial arts in front of the temple were surprised. At this time, the monks noticed Zhang Xiaohua and Dream in the middle of the square. They were puzzled and immediately packed up. Some walked quickly into the temple, while others found a place to stand. Miss Zixia, Run Xiaoxia. This is the welcoming bell of the Dalan Temple. It is specially used to welcome guests. Dream's face was covered by a white veil, and her expression could not be seen. However, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. Kong Chan was one of the few second-generation disciples of the Dalan Temple and naturally knew about the cult of incense. When he saw Dream's waist token, he knew that she was the true messenger of the cult of incense. She came on the orders of the cult of incense. If the Dalan Temple stopped her for no reason, it would be a laughing stock. Therefore, he had to be patient and try to remedy the situation. Of course, at this time, he was muttering in his heart, how can a disciple of the cult of incense appear in Jianghu at this time? After more than 10 bells, the door of the Dalan Temple opened and a short old monk wearing a kasaya walked out. His beard and eyebrows were white, and he was a little short. Behind him was another monk dressed in the same way, but was much taller. Following the appearance of the 2 monks, there were other monks in different robes. They held wooden fish and other objects in their hands. It seemed like a very grand ceremony. When he saw the 2 old monks in front of him, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's face. He didn't know the one in front, but wasn't the one behind Dalan Temple's law enforcement elder, Master Chang'an? Miss Zixia, Run Xiaoxia. In front of you is the law enforcement elder of the Dalan Temple's Arhut Hall, Great Master Chang'an, and the law enforcement elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Great Master Chang'an. Please come and greet them. Kong Chan introduced and led the 2 of them to come forward. Without waiting for them to come closer, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream cupped their fists and bowed. Disciples of the fragrant cult, Zixia and Run Xiaoyao, greet Great Master Chang'an and Great Master Chang'an. When Great Master Chang'an saw Zhang Xiaohua, he was slightly stunned. He felt that she looked familiar, but he smiled and put his palms together to return the greeting. Great Master Chang'an smiled and said, the fragrant cult has not been in the pugilistic world for a long time, and we have not had the chance to meet Abbess Jingyi. How has she been in the past 5 years? Reporting to Great Master Chang'an, our cult master is doing well. We are here to send an invitation to the Dalan Temple and invite the Dalan Temple to our Lingxiang Peak to participate in a martial arts convention. Dream raised her head and said. Next, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward, took out the jade slip from his bosom, and handed it over. Martial arts convention? Are you going to Lingering Fragrance Peak to participate in the martial arts tournament? Master Changxing wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the monks who heard this were shocked. However, before Master Changxing could ask, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward. When Master Changxing saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua who handed over the jade slip instead of Zixia, he was stunned. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua before turning to Great Master Chang'an. He smiled and said, it seems that Abbess Jingyi is still brooding over what happened in the past. Chapter 979. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua handing over the jade slip, Master Chongqing smiled at Great Master Chonggong and said, I say, when did the fragrant school have a protector? So it turns out that Abbess Jing Yi is still brooding over the past. Great Master Chonggong snorted from his nose and said, It has been so many years, yet she still remembers it in her heart. It must have been hard on her. However, the protectors of my Dalan temple are responsible for upholding Buddhism and protecting the Dharma. How could any random disciple compare to them? I wonder what kind of Dharma this Dharma protector of the aroma cult is protecting. Master Chongqing smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, Young benefactor's surname is Ren Xiaoxia, right? This old monk will call you Ren Xiaoxia. I wouldn't dare. My name is Ren Xiaoyao. Please call me by my name. Ren Xiaoyao. When this jade slip was delivered, did Abbess Jing Yi say anything? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, His Excellency didn't say anything special. He only said that he wanted to personally deliver it to Master Chongsheng. Not only did Master Chongqing laugh, but Great Master Chonggong also laughed, causing Zhang Xiaohua to be confused. Master Chongqing finished laughing and said, Young benefactor should know that outside of the Fragrant School, the Tenryu sect, and now the Righteous Tao Alliance, even if the masters of the other sects come to visit, we only need to greet them. Our Dalan temple's abbot won't appear. These three sects, especially the Fragrant School, the Tenryu sect, the Misty School, and the Shindao sect, are all great sects with immortal Tao inheritances. If the sect masters come to visit, our Dalan temple's abbot will naturally meet them. As for the other disciples, no matter which sect they are from or what their status is, only us old monks will greet them. The other sects are fine since male disciples are respected. Welcoming them into the temple and offering them tea can be considered our Dalan temple's hospitality as a host. However, your sect is an exception. For many years, only female disciples have come. According to our Dalan temple's rules, they can't enter the temple, so of course, they can't meet Master Chongsheng. Therefore, your sect has a lot to say about this. Especially Abbess Jing. Speaking of which, there's still a past. Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned after hearing this. Master Chongqing saw this and thought that Zhang Xiaohua had other ideas. So he said, However, Abbess Jing naturally has her own ideas for sending you here. Although she didn't make it clear, your coming to the Dalan temple is equivalent to breaking the promise on behalf of Abbess Jing Yi. If we don't let you know, it will be unfair to you. Our Dalan temple has always been merciful, so it's better to tell you so that you won't have any misgivings. As he spoke, he beckoned Konchan over and whispered a few words to her. Konchan had a strange expression on her face. She glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohua, nodded slightly, and quickly entered the Dalan temple. Come, Benefactor Zixia, you can't enter. Our temple will serve tea here, just like your sect master did back then. As he spoke, a group of monks placed the table and tea set under the big pine tree in the square. Master Chongqing said, Ren Xiaoyao, come, take a seat first. Once this old monk tells you the reason and the temple is ready, you can go in and see Master Chongsheng. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were puzzled, but they still cupped their hands in thanks and sat down under the tree with Chonggong and Chongqing. The small clay pot was originally used to boil wine, but now it was used to boil tea. After Master Chongqing personally brewed the tea, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng politely took the simple teacup and drank it. When the tea entered their mouths and teeth began to salivate. A trace of vitality also flowed into their throats, and they felt that their internal organs were incomparably comfortable. Good tea, Zhang Xiaohua praised. Although the tea brewed by the mountain spring of the Guizhuang house was delicious, the tea leaves were not as precious as those of the Dalan temple, so it was inferior. Young benefactor, you also know the way of tea? Master Chongqing asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, How would I know? I just felt that it was very thirsty. Oh, Master Chongqing was quite disappointed. He poured another cup of tea for Zhang Xiaohua and said, Tasting tea and preaching are my hobbies. I I thought I had met a confidant. I'm sorry to disappoint you, master, Zhang Xiaohua said. Young benefactor, you've been waiting for a long time. Let me clear up your doubts. Master Chong Xing drank the tea in his cup and said, actually, the reason is very simple. When Abbess Jing, he was still a direct disciple. She was already a direct disciple at that time. Once, she came to my Dalan temple as an emissary. At that time, Abbess Jing, he had just received her inheritance and was a little arrogant. She was very angry at the rule that women can't enter the Dalan temple, so she made a bet with my Dalan temple. If she could break into my Dalan temple, I would abolish this bad rule. Otherwise, she wouldn't be allowed to enter my Dalan temple for the rest of her life. This, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat surprised and whispered, Your Excellency, this bet is really interesting. Ha ha. Master Chongqing also laughed and said, this old man was also one of the disciples present that day. When I heard about this bet, I also had the same thought. Abbess Jing Yi is a woman, so of course she wouldn't be allowed to enter the Dalan temple for the rest of her life. She used this matter as a wager. Regardless of whether she wins or loses, she won't lose anything. On the other hand, if my Dalan temple loses, it will be a great loss of face. In fact, your sect's previous leader didn't allow Abbess Jing Yi to enter the temple. He only allowed her to pass an important message, but I don't know why she did it on a whim. Moreover, my Dalan temple's previous leader was very magnanimous and immediately agreed. As long as Abbess Jing Yi can pass the 3 trials set by my disciples and enter the temple, my Dalan temple will abolish this rule. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He couldn't understand why the Dalan temple's previous leader was so certain that Abbess Jing Yi couldn't pass the 3 trials set by the Dalan temple's disciples. Of course, since the Dalan temple still had this rule, it was likely that Abbess Jing Yi didn't succeed that year. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he faintly sensed something. Master Chong Xing continued. Of course, back then, although Abbess Jing Yi's martial arts were excellent, and she easily passed the first 2 tests of my guardian disciple, the 3rd test was a formation. Inside this formation, Abbess Jing Yi couldn't beat it no matter what. Therefore, when she came out of the formation, Abbess Jing Yi said that when she had the chance, she would definitely send a disciple to my temple to fulfill her unfulfilled wish. Of course, my Dalan temple's previous leader said that this bet was biased towards Abbess Jing Yi. If it was someone else who came to break the formation, it naturally wouldn't count. Perhaps Abbess Jing Yi knew that she was in the wrong, so she didn't say anything and left. This matter happened many years ago. If it wasn't for young benefactor claiming to be a disciple of the incense cult's protector and wanting to personally give the jade slip to leader Chong Sheng, this old monk might not have remembered this matter. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, before this disciple came, His Excellency didn't say anything. I reckon he didn't want to break the rules of your honorable temple. He just wanted this disciple to see the power of your honorable temple's protector so that this disciple can also be a competent protector. This old monk understands what Abbess Jing Yi means, but Master Chong Xing frowned. Young benefactor is quite young, which makes things difficult for this old monk. Our Dalan temple has a lot of disciples who are protectors, but young benefactor's age means that their martial arts skills are greatly reduced. If I were to fight someone with profound martial arts skills, it would seem like I'm bullying young benefactor. Seeing that Master Chong Xing was in a difficult position, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood Abbess Jing Yi's expression at that time. He didn't say anything and just picked up the teacup to taste the tea. Although Master Chong Xing said he was in a difficult position, how could his face show that? He was also smiling as he drank the tea. Great Master Chonggung looked at Master Chong Xing and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, this old monk thinks you look familiar. Could it be that this old monk has seen Xiaoxiao and Jianghu before? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, This young one has long admired the reputation of the Dalan Temple's law enforcement elder, but I've never had the chance to meet him. Could it be that Great Master has seen this young one somewhere before? Great Master Chonggung pondered for a moment and said, This old monk saw a person who looked quite similar to Ren Xiaoxia in the Misty School several years ago. Oh, there is such a thing? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Isn't the Misty School now part of my incense cult's Misty Hall? Why haven't I heard of it before? Huh. Great Master Chong Gung shook his head and said, this old monk has forgotten that young man's name, but he doesn't seem to be a disciple of the Misty School. You should be a disciple of some Huanxi manner. However, that young man from a few years ago looked almost exactly the same. If you can see him, oh, that's impossible. Even if you find that young man, it's impossible for him to look the same as a few years ago. Alas, time makes people grow old, and the new generation replaces the old in Jianghu. The ignorant young man from back then is now full of vicissitudes of life. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but his face was full of longing as he said, the ancients often say, an old steed crouches in the stable with 1,000 miles of ambition. Great Master Chonggung and Master Chongxing, although old, are our role models. You flatter me, you flatter me. Great Master Chonggung smiled and waved his hand. Then he asked, by the way, Ren Xiaoxia, just now you said that you came to my Dalan Temple to invite my Dalan Temple to Lingxiang Peak to participate in the martial arts circle convention. Did this old monk hear wrongly? It should be 1 year later. Haha, as expected, the older you get. If it were me, I would have asked in detail from the beginning. Zhang Xiaohua thought in his heart, but he cupped his hands and said, Great Master Chonggung didn't hear wrongly. It's 2 months later. But your sect's defensive formation? Great Master Chonggung glanced at Master Chongxing and asked, I'll let the 2 masters know that the sect protecting array of the incense sect has been opened. All disciples can freely enter and leave the incense sect. Ah, the 2 masters exclaimed together in a low voice. Then they sighed and said, when the fragrance sect appears, Jianghu will be in chaos. Perhaps the entire Jianghu will face such a calamity. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, this Gatha rhymes. I only know that when the fragrance sect reappears in Jianghu, it will set off a bloody storm. Then, your sect must have sent other disciples to send letters to other sects, right? I don't know if your sect has chosen a successor. Haha. Replying to Great Master, the sect leader didn't instruct us on this matter. Please forgive us. Chapter 980. Well said. Great Master Chonggung smiled as if he didn't care at all. At this moment, a sudden gust of cold wind blew, making everyone's hair stand on end. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. It was almost noon, and the weather was cool. Moreover, the Dalan Temple was in the mountains, surrounded by trees, so it was normal for there to be cold winds blowing from time to time. However, this gust of cold wind was obviously different from the past. It was bone-chilling and shouldn't have appeared at this time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense in front of the 2 Dalan Temple elders, who were most likely immortals. She could only raise her head and look in the direction of the gust of cold wind. The 2 great masters were also shocked. They waved their hands and ordered a disciple to go there. The 2 great masters chatted with Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Although the 2 great masters wanted to get some useful information from Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, it was a pity that they didn't want to talk. Even if they wanted to talk, neither of them was a disciple of the incense cult. There were many things that even they didn't know. So how could they satisfy the 2 elders' curiosity? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were so tight-lipped, Great Master Chonggung was quite disappointed. He waved his hand, and a disciple came forward and bowed. Reporting to the 2 martial uncles, the Arhut formation has been set up. Please enter the formation, young benefactor. Good, you can leave for now. Great Master Chonggung ordered the disciple to leave. He turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Ren Xiaoxia, the formation has been set up. Please enter the formation, Xiaoxia, and fulfill Abbess Jing Yi's long-cherished wish. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that the square in front of the Dalan Temple had been cleared. There were 18 monks of different heights and sizes, but they were all wearing the same clothes. They held bronze rods in their hands, and stood in a strange formation. The age difference between these 18 people was not that big. Each of them had a soaring aura. When these auras mixed together, it gave off an irresistible feeling. No one dared to underestimate them. Grandmaster, you actually sent out 18 disciples of your esteemed temple to set up a formation to deal with a mere guardian disciple like me. Isn't that the great Master Chang'an laughed and said, "Who in Jianghu believes in fairness?" Back then, Abbess Jing easily broke this Arhut formation. Don't tell me you're backing out? Retreat? Zhang Xiaohua laughed involuntarily and said, "That's not necessary. It's just that disciple is only a guardian disciple. How can my martial arts be compared to my family's Jiaozhu Darren, who has received the inheritance?" Then, young benefactor, what do you want to say? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "With Jiaozhu Darren as a precedent, this disciple will follow suit this time and make a bet with Grandmaster. What do you think?" Huh? What does young benefactor want to bet? Grandmaster Chongqing was stunned at first. Then he asked, "Then, young benefactor, there's no harm in saying it." He. Then this disciple won't be polite. Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but on the surface he asked, "What does the Daolin Temple want to bet?" This, since you're a guest from afar, I'll ask Rin Xiaoxia to tell me first. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best to agree. Hearing Grandmaster Chongqing's words, Zhang Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He thought for a moment and said, "I've long heard that your esteemed temple Sutra Pavilion has secret martial arts manuals that can shock the world. If I may be so bold, I'd like to ask Grandmaster to allow this disciple to enter the Sutra Pavilion and borrow a secret manual to read." "That's impossible." Grandmaster Chongqing immediately shook his head. "Your esteemed temple and my temple are both great sects with 10,000 years of inheritance. My temple has the Sutra Pavilion, and your esteemed temple also has the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. My temple's inner strength cultivation techniques might not be comparable to your esteemed temple's cultivation techniques. Young benefactor, why do you want to seek something far away?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Grandmaster should understand that our temple has always prioritized female disciples. Most of the secret manuals in the temple are for women. This disciple, although I've read some of them, none of them are suitable. I thank Grandmaster for his benevolence." Grandmaster Chongqing still shook his head. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Then, Grandmaster, can you lend me a sword or staff secret manual to read?" "Young benefactor, you're being too greedy. The sword techniques in the Sutra Pavilion are also secret manuals passed down through the Daolin Temple. How can they be passed down to outsiders? Then, this disciple can just find an ordinary staff or hammer technique manual. That should be fine, right?" Zhang Xiaohua probed. This, Grandmaster Chongqing was somewhat hesitant. He changed the subject and asked, "Young benefactor, what will you use as the wager?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said with a smile, "If I lose, I'll never set foot in the Daolin Temple again. What do you think?" Uffed. Meng was drinking tea when it spat out. What kind of wager is this?" When it heard Grandmaster Chongqing's words, Meng felt that it was inconceivable. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had actually learned it, how could Meng not spit out its tea? "Young benefactor, you must be joking," Grandmaster Chongqing said with a smile. Back then, Nanjing, he was a disciple of inheritance and was also a candidate for the next head of the temple. Our Daolin Temple gave her face and made a wager with her. Nanjing Yi's wager should be her dignity as the next head of the incense cult. "Young benefactor, you don't seem to have such an advantage. Alas, then, forget it." Zhang Xiaohua's expression was lonely. She shook her head and said, "Although the head of the temple repeatedly ordered me to deliver this jade slip to Grandmaster Chongqing, but a general is in the field, and the monarch's orders cannot be obeyed. I didn't think that the rumors in Jianghu were wrong. The threshold to enter the Daolin Temple is too high. It's fine if I don't enter." Grandmaster Chongqing was unmoved. He nodded and said, "Young benefactor's words are reasonable. However, This wasn't deliberately set up by our Dalan temple. It was your honorable Nun Jing-yi's idea. If young benefactor doesn't want to, this poor monk won't force you. Zhang Xiaohua despised him in her heart. She scratched her chin and said, "Alas, this is the first time I've come out as a disciple of a guardian. If I don't meet the guardian disciples of your honorable temple, I'll feel like I'm missing something." Grandmaster Chongqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and didn't say anything. "Forget it." Zhang Xiaohua stomped her feet and took out a book from her bosom. She said, "This is the inner strength cultivation method bestowed by the head of the temple. Although it's not the top cultivation method of my incense cult, it's still a first-class technique in Jianghu. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to use this as a wager in exchange for a chance to enter the sutra depository." She then asked, "Grandmaster Chongqing, what do you think?" Grandmaster Chongqing glanced at Great Master Changgang. The two of them exchanged glances and nodded. Since young benefactor admires our Dalan Temple's martial arts so much, this old monk will make an exception. However, this old monk must say that if young benefactor wins, you can only look for things that don't involve inner strength cultivation methods in the Sutra Depository. You can only look at them in the Dalan Temple. You can't copy them or take them out of the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "That's how it should be. If I lose, the inner strength cultivation method will be the same." Hearing this, Grandmaster Chongqing smiled bitterly. She was right. If one memorized the staff and sword techniques, well, they could be memorized in a day or a few days. How could one memorize inner strength cultivation methods in such a short time? If Zhang Xiaohua remembered a single word wrongly, it would be a matter of life and death. In that case, Zhang Xiaohua would be at an advantage. Of course, if Grandmaster Chongqing was serious, he could take a liking to him for a month. However, could Dalan Temple afford to lose face? Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the book over. "Grandmaster is an eminent monk. I'll leave this book with you for now." Grandmaster Chongqing waved his hand. "No need. It won't be too late to wait until the matter is settled." "All right." Zhang Xiaohua put away the book and squinted at the 18 monks standing in the square. She said, "Then, this disciple will enter the array and try. Young benefactor, please enter the array." Grandmaster Chongqing said again, "If young benefactor knows that you're no match for them, you can just throw down your sword. Our Dalan Temple will not take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack." "Thank you for your mercy, Grandmaster." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked into the Arhut array with Hanya in her hand. When the 18 monks saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the array, they all held their staffs and put their palms together. They said in unison, "Young benefactor, please give us some pointers." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought to herself, "If I make a move now and can knock down one of them, won't this Arhut array be broken?" Of course, this thought only flashed through her mind. She also cupped her fists and said, "Seniors of the Dalan Temple, please give us some pointers." After both sides finished greeting each other, the monks immediately held their staffs in their hands. Their eyes flashed fiercely. The 18 monks were divided into two groups. Like butterflies, they wandered around. The staffs in their hands constantly knocked on the ground as they walked, making irritating sounds. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback when he saw that the 18 monks were circling around him instead of attacking him. However, when he heard the voice, he came to a realization. He activated God's guidance slightly, and the discomfort in his mind was immediately swept away. Then, Zhang Xiaohua released a little bit of his divine sense. In fact, ever since he saw Monk Kanchan, Zhang Xiaohua had been very careful to hide his cultivation and divine sense. On the other hand, he also raised his vigilance to see if there was any divine sense around him. However, when Grandmaster Chongqing and Great Master Changgang appeared and talked for a long time, he did not see any divine sense. Perhaps the two Grandmasters were self-conscious, or perhaps they did not put him in their eyes at all. Of course, it was also possible that the two Grandmasters did not cultivate divine sense. However, no matter what, since he had already entered the array, Zhang Xiaohua could only release his divine sense a few feet. There should not be too much a problem. Within her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was keenly aware that although the essence of the world in the Dalan Temple was not as rich as that of the fragrance cult, it was still much stronger than usual. Although the essence of the world had begun to recover, it would take several years or even decades to recover to the same level as that of the Dalan Temple. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua also sensed that although the 18 monks in this Arhat array had martial cultivation, their movements were rather methodical, and their rhythmic tapping sound were actually able to stir up the heaven and earth yuan qi, gradually drawing the yuan qi in the array towards them. Chapter 981. As expected of a great sect with a legacy. It's not a joke to be able to stand for 10,000 years. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but admire them from the bottom of his heart. Of the 5 sects with immortal heritage, Zhang Xiaohua had seen 3 of them. Among them, the Misty School was the one with whom he had the deepest feelings and the closest affinity. However, it was also the worst of the 3. Basically, it only had martial arts and no traces of immortal heritage. Only a few forbidden areas in ethereal heights could prove that the Misty School was related to immortal heritage. Even sect leader O Peng was only at the level of martial arts, and not even at the peak. He didn't even have a trace of divine sense. On the other hand, the fragrance cult was full of immortal heritage. Zhang Xiaohua's series of immortal opportunities were all achieved in the fragrance cult. The fragrance cult's leader, Abbess Jing Yi, was even a cultivator of immortal heritage. What about the Dalan Temple? Although he hadn't seen Master Longevity yet, just by looking at the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the Dalan Temple and a few ordinary guardian disciples, he could already disturb the yuan qi of heaven and earth with the formation of martial arts. What was there to say about the immortal heritage in the temple? The fragrance cult respected female disciples, and their heritage was also strict. The Dalan Temple, on the other hand, only accepted male disciples. Although men and women were equal in this world, men's cultivation potential was many times stronger than women's. The number of men who could cultivate was 100 or 1,000 times more than that of women. Therefore, the Dalan Temple's strength should be above the fragrance cult. Of course, as for the mysterious Tenryu sect, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't guess. After all, he had only seen Qin Shuriwei and the Flood Dragon King of the Seas. Oh, right? I wonder how Xiaoya and that Ajiao are doing now. Don't tell me they're buried in the sea. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's mind wandered. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's gaze was somewhat sluggish, the monks in the Arhat formation were overjoyed, thinking that they had a chance. Zhang Xiaohua was confused by the sound of the staff. One of the monks immediately raised the long staff and chopped down on her head. That long pole was full of vigor. Not only did it cause the wind to howl, even the little yuan qi of heaven and earth in the array surged along with the tip of the pole. Zhang Xiaohua snapped out of his daze and saw a series of afterimages flashing by the pole before his eyes. He exerted a little force in his legs, intending to use the ethereal steps to dodge. However, just as he exerted force in his legs, his heart skipped a beat. The great Master Changgung has been to the Misty School and watched the martial arts exhibition. He should know about my ethereal steps. If I use it here, doesn't that mean that I am the kid he saw before? Even if he can't confirm it, he must know about my relationship with the Misty School. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's feet paused. At this moment, that wooden pole was already in front of his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and raised Hanya to block in front of his eyes. In his mind, although this long pole brought about a lot of wind, the strength of the pole was limited. Although he blocked it in a hurry, it should be more than enough. Who knew that when the long pole struck Zhang Xiaohua's Hanya, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a jolt. That long pole actually transmitted an incomparably huge force, as though it was going to knock Hanya out of her hands. Io! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Without thinking, he clenched his fist tightly and released it forcefully. Come! Hanya was knocked back. Zhang Xiaohua felt as though he was hit by a huge rock and retreated a few steps. But before he could steady himself, the sound of the wind rose again. The monk behind Zhang Xiaohua also raised his pole and mercilessly struck at the back of his head. Luckily, after the long pole hit, it immediately retracted and didn't pursue. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua have some free time. He turned his body slightly and used Hanya to block the long pole behind him. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He used a total of 70% of his strength to block that long pole. It was still the same huge force as before. Zhang Xiaohua's arm was slightly sore, and he borrowed the force to retreat a few steps. He wanted to dissipate the force. Who would have thought that after the second strike, there would be another long stick coming from his left arm? My God! After Zhang Xiaohua received the third strike, he couldn't help but be shocked. Are you kidding me? How can this Dalan Temple monk be so brave and powerful? Everyone's arms have the strength of over 10,000 jin. With this kind of strength, how can they not dominate the pugilistic world? Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua's yearning towards the Dalan Temple was like a torrential river, but he was in the array and couldn't use his light body techniques. He could only use Hanya to meet force with force. Another cup of tea's time had passed, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how many strikes he had received. Luckily, his strength had always been his strength, and the Big Dipper magical fist was a daily practice, so he was able to cope with it. But after such a long time, Zhang Xiaohua once again felt that something was strange. Firstly, although there were 18 monks in this Arhut array, every time Zhang Xiaohua was attacked, there was only one person. The rest didn't join in. It wasn't like what he had thought, where everyone would rush up and attack together. Secondly, the strength of each strike was the same, which meant that the strength of the 18 monks was about the same. This wasn't much, but as time passed, the strength of the strike gradually decreased. What made Zhang Xiaohua very suspicious was that the strength of the 18 monks was also decreasing. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ponder. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense slightly. Not long after, he found something strange. He saw that when a monk raised his staff, two faint and mysterious waves were transmitted from his two sides. And when he struck out with his long staff, an even weaker wave was transmitted from his body to the monks on his two sides. Looking carefully in the entire Arhut array between the 18 monks, there was this strange wave that was constantly transmitted. Understood. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the legendary force transmission. In internal strength, one can transmit one's internal strength to others through the hand or other body parts, allowing one's internal strength to be used by others for a period of time. Or one can attack others through other people's meridians, such as hitting a cow through a mountain. And this Dalan Temple's martial arts seniors are even more powerful. They created this Arhut array, which can actually connect everyone's strength together, using the strength of 18 people to attack one person. I can resist these 18 people, but what if there are 28 people or 108 people? How can I resist them? Moreover, if there are 10,000 people in the Arhut array, won't the Dalan Temple be invincible in Jianghu? Perhaps only the immortal Tao can deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He seemed to have thought of what Master Changxing said just now. Seeing that you're still young, I won't use the real array. Of course, after receiving the attacks of the 18 monks, the strength of the array was gradually weakening. Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood. Since he entered the array, the Dalan Temple's monks first used the sound of the rods to disturb his mind, then used the long rods to attack, creating a situation where the one who makes the first move gains the advantage. Stick after stick, the 18 monks' strength flowed between the rods. If Zhang Xiaohua broke their coordination, or if he persisted until the 18 monks' strength was exhausted, the Arhut array would collapse on its own. He understood this logic, but if he really wanted to do it, it would be difficult in the eyes of others. Because the 18 rods in the Arhut array had a tacit understanding, stick after stick, it was seamless, and there was no room for him to take a breath to counterattack. But if he had to fight against 18 people and exhaust his strength, it was impossible for an ordinary person to even think about it. He reckoned that Nanjing he had also relied on her exquisite swordsmanship and the Qin Gong of Chuanxiang cult to gain the upper hand in the fight against the cudgel. From there, she broke the tacit understanding of the Arhut formation and obtained the final victory. However, these two methods of breaking the formation were as easy as drinking water for Zhang Xiaohua. Once he understood the true essence of the Arhut formation, he naturally had a plan in his heart. Exhausting the strength of the 18 monks was indeed a waste of time. Furthermore, he still had 2 more stages to pass in the future. There were still uses for him to conserve his strength. As for Qin Gong and swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to embarrass himself with them. So the only thing left was to use strength to defeat the enemy. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long laugh and said, "Many thanks for the guidance of the senior brothers of the Dalan Temple. This one is going to make his move." While he was speaking, a long stick came attacking from under his armpit. Zhang Xiaohua held Bo Ri horizontally and used his strength to chop down diagonally. Dang! It hit the long stick. In his spiritual sense, he saw that the monk on the other side was about to make his move. Bo Ri didn't stop and directly waved. Woo! Before the monk made his move, Bo Ri had already struck his long stick. Seeing that Bo Ri had anticipated the enemy and suddenly appeared in front of him, the monk was greatly alarmed. His long stick trembled slightly, and before the other 17 monks' strength could reach him, he made his move. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaohua would only lightly strike Bo Ri on his long stick and then move his body to the side? Bo Ri rushed towards another disciple who was about to make his move. That disciple was even more anxious. According to the Arhut formation, the next one to make his move would be him. Moreover, this sequence wasn't the same every time. No matter what, he couldn't believe that Zhang Xiaohua would actually attack him before he was completely unprepared. He had no choice but to fight back. As long as he waved his long stick, he would strike. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make this move, and the flow of his strength was interrupted. This strike only had his own strength, so how could it compare to Zhang Xiaohua's Bo Ri? Just as he was about to be hit by Zhang Xiaohua's Bo Ri, he heard praise from outside the formation. Good move, young benefactor. Not only do your internal strength is profound, your mind is even more meticulous. You actually guessed which disciple made the move, and you can still maintain such a calm mind in this dangerous situation. Even Abbess Jing Yi from that year couldn't compare. Hearing Reverend Chongqing's words, Zhang Xiaohua held Bo Ri in his hand and laughed. Not at all. Reverend Leader's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This disciple can't compare to you. Being able to find a way to break the Arhut formation is also a great fortune. Chapter 982. After hearing Master Chongqing's words and seeing Zhang Xiaohua stop, the Arhut formation also stopped. Knowing that the formation had been broken, all the monks' faces were filled with shame. "You can leave now," Great Master Chonggung said expressionlessly. "Remember, there is always someone better than you." Although Run Xiaoxia is young, his martial arts are strong and his inner strength is rare. You all underestimated him from the beginning. Thank you for your teachings, martial uncle. The 18 monks put their palms together and bowed before retreating. Meng, who was beside Great Master Chonggung, anxiously ran over and asked softly, "How are you? Are you injured?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly at her and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Meng pursed her lips and smiled, not saying anything else. A monk in black walked quickly to Master Chongqing with a heavy expression and whispered a few words into his ear. Master Chongqing raised his white eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. He inadvertently looked at Zhang Xiaohua and gave a few more instructions. The monk then walked away. Zhang Xiaohua felt a bit strange. Something must have happened in the Dalan Temple. However, he didn't cause any trouble, so Master Chongqing shouldn't have any reason to suspect him. It was rare for Zhang Xiaohua to be so magnanimous. "All right, young benefactor, I didn't expect you to break the Arhut formation so easily. It really exceeded my expectations. Master Chongqing said with a smile. Master, you flatter me. I still have to thank you for your mercy. If there were a few more people, I definitely wouldn't have been able to break the formation. Zhang Xiaohua said modestly. Master Chongqing smiled and said, this Arhut formation has a base of 9. There are at least 9 people, then 18, 27, until 81 people. Old Na wanted to gather 27 people, but it's a pity that the requirements for the monks to set up the Arhut formation are too high. The 18 people that young benefactor saw just now grew up together, ate and drank together, and practiced together. Among them, many people were eliminated before these 18 people were selected, and they were able to communicate with each other in mind. Alas, even if that is the case, just now, if that disciple had ignored young benefactor's longsword, when the focus of the formation had shifted to him, young benefactor might not have been able to break it so easily. It's just that, between life and death, who can blame him? Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization and nodded. What Master said makes sense. All right, let's not talk anymore. Would you like to take a rest? Master Chongqing asked. That day, your honorable sect Shirtai Jing Yi also rested for half a day before continuing the next match. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, that's fine. Since Cult Master has learned from his mistakes, how can this disciple not follow? Very good. This old monk has some mundane affairs to deal with. Young benefactor, please rest for the time being. This old monk will return in a moment, and then I will pass through the next stage. Soon after, the 2 masters got up and went to the place where the cold wind came from. Zhang Xiaohua and Ming sat under a tree, accompanied by a monk who was in charge of receiving guests. So something happened to the Dalan Temple. I was wondering why they kept telling me to rest. They even used Shirtai Jing Yi's story. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the monk who was brewing tea and asked, Master, may I ask where senior brother Konchan went? The monk was a little embarrassed. Martial Uncle Konchan has something important to do. Perhaps young benefactor will see him in a while. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless, but Meng scolded. Why did you create so many problems? What are you thinking of doing? Cult Master also didn't say that we would embarrass the Dalan Temple for no reason. It's precisely because of the previous embarrassment that Cult Master didn't specifically warn us. Think about it. Cult Master promoted me to a guardian disciple for no reason. Wasn't it because he valued the strength of my arms? He didn't even ask about my background? Now that I think about it, he had already made up his mind. Even if I didn't break through the array today, he would still want me to help him gain face in the future. Meng also suddenly understood. That day on Lingering Fragrance Peak, she only reunited with Zhang Xiaohua and obtained the Cult Master's permission. She didn't think much about these details. Now that Zhang Xiaohua mentioned it, wasn't it exactly the same? But you don't have to take out our fragrant religion's internal cultivation method as a wager. If Cult Master finds out, seeing that Meng was worried about her, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed up. She said, although it's a bit dangerous, I don't know what's so scary about the next 2 trials, but Cult Master has passed these 3 trials, and he thinks that I can do it. Perhaps I really can. This internal cultivation method is just a wager. If I don't lose, can Cult Master still scold me? What's more, do you think the mental cultivation method that the hierarch gave me is the best mental cultivation method in our fragrant cult? Meng was speechless. The Dalan Temple benefited. It's not a big deal. Grandmaster Chongsheng can tell Cult Master that our Dalan Temple has seen your internal cultivation method. What about your protector disciple? If you don't say anything, who will know? Meng rolled her eyes at him and said, your little abacus is really good. That's right. This one is called the Golden Abacus in Jianghu. Ren Xiaoyao. After a while, Grandmaster Chongsheng and Great Master Chonggung returned. Their eyes were slightly gloomy, but their faces were smiling. They said, young benefactor, have you rested well? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, many thanks, Grandmaster. I have rested well. Please advise me. Good. Great Master Chonggung smiled and waved his hand. The door of the Dalan temple opened. A middle-aged monk wearing a moon-white frock slowly walked out, with a weapon similar to the sword embryo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes first fell on the monk's face. She was slightly startled. Wasn't this the Kongshan monk she saw on the mountain just now? When her eyes fell on the weapon in Kongshan's arms, she was even more surprised. The weapon looked like a long sword, but it was not a long sword. If it was a sword embryo, it was 100 times more complicated than a sword embryo. The top of the weapon was like a sword tip, but it was divided into 4 sides. Next, there was an undulating bump. This bump was engraved with strange patterns. The patterns were divided into several small sections, and between each section, there was a slight bulge. Then, there was a handle, which should be the place to hold the weapon. Finally, there was a statue's head. The statue's face was very ferocious, baring its teeth. It was abnormally fierce. Knowing that Kongshan was the host of the second test, Zhang Xiaohua walked forward with the sword in her hand. After the two greeted each other, Kongshan said, "Benefactor Run, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so profound. You actually broke the great Arhat formation so easily. I have no choice but to see your martial arts." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It turns out that Grandmaster Kongshan is also a protector's disciple. I was rude just now. By the way, what is the weapon in Grandmaster's arms? Why does it look so different from ordinary long swords and other items? He. Kongshan held the weapon's handle with one hand. His face flashed with a green light. He waved the weapon and said proudly, "This is a treasure passed down by the Dalan Temple from 10,000 years ago. It is called the Demon Subduing Pestle. It is the weapon in the hands of my protector's disciple." Demon Subduing Pestle? Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. He secretly placed a wisp of his spiritual will on the Demon Subduing Pestle. Indeed, there was a large amount of heaven-earth yuan qi on the pestle. From top to bottom, from inside to inside, it was unknown how many talismans had been added to it. Between the bumps and the fine lines, there was a fluctuation of talismans. I wonder if this Demon Subduing Pestle is anything special about it? I hope Senior Kongshan can enlighten me. This Demon Subduing Pestle is used by the Outer Sect protectors. It is a treasure used to subdue demons and devils. This poor monk doesn't fully understand the wonders of it. It is a shame to say that in this poor monk's hands, this Demon Subduing Pestle can only be used as an ordinary weapon. The only special thing is that this Demon Subduing Pestle is as light as a piece of grass in this poor monk's hands. But when used against those of the unorthodox path, it is as heavy as a mountain. TSK. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when she heard this. Oh my, this kind of thing is still not satisfied? You're holding a piece of grass, and when used against me, it is as heavy as a mountain. This immortal weapon is really indescribable. Moreover, this is clearly using an immortal weapon to bully a martial weapon. Who can beat you? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. But now that they had reached the second stage, Zhang Xiaohua could only brace herself and step forward. Senior Kongshan, I am not from the unorthodox path. If this Demon Subduing Pestle hits me, it won't be as heavy as a mountain, right? Kongshan glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a faint smile, "Benefactor Ren, you can try it and you will know." Fine. Zhang Xiaohua waved Hanya and stepped forward. Since this is a famous treasure of the Dalan Temple, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't take a look at it? Sure, Benefactor Run. This poor monk will make his move now. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Xiaohua said go ahead, and Kongshan made his move. His face turned green, and he lifted the Demon Subduing Pestle easily. Buzz! The Demon Subduing Pestle emitted a terrifying sound. The elemental energy around Zhang Xiaohua surged and pressed against Zhang Xiaohua. Before the Demon Subduing Pestle could even get close, Zhang Xiaohua found it difficult to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his forehead. All right. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was determined to win. He shook the great wisdom in his hand and pointed it at the tip of the Demon Subduing Pestle, unwilling to admit defeat. Kong Chan did not dodge, and the demon's subduing pestle did not change its move. Pa! It was extremely soft, even softer than when Pan Ruoh hit the long rod. But then, there was a series of creaking sounds, which made people's ears straighten. It was the sound of Pan Ruoh's sword tip sliding on the demon subduing pestle. Zhang Xiaohua thrust out Bo Ri and stabbed it into the exorcism pestle. However, the exorcism pestle was, just as Kong Chan had said, heavier than a mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's arm was a little numb, and the tip of her sword couldn't resist it. She took a few steps back, and the exorcism pestle flashed with a green light, increasing its weight. The tip of her sword that was pressed against the exorcism pestle slid forward, making an ear-piercing sound. This, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Doesn't this demon subduing pestle weigh more than 20,000 kilograms? Chapter 983. Kong Chan was right. 20,000 jin was as heavy as a small mountain for a martial arts expert, not to mention an ordinary person. When this exorcism pestle hit a person's body, it was as heavy as a mountain. However, strength was Zhang Xiaohua's forte. With the fist of the North Star honing his bones every day, the strength in his arms was constantly increasing. Although 20,000 jin of strength sounded shocking, it was not unattainable for Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua received Kong Chan's exorcism pestle, he already had a plan in mind. Although Monk Kong Chan was a guardian disciple and his arms were not weak, far from Kong Jian's, Zhang Xiaohua believed that his single-arm strength definitely did not exceed 20,000 jin. As for why he could wave the exorcism pestle around like it was a piece of grass, it could only mean one thing. He used his mana. He used his mana to drive the talismans on the exorcism pestle, causing it to produce a huge amount of weight. This method of exchanging mana for weight was unique to the Immortal Tao. If it was during the Immortal Tao's heyday, needless to say, there would be limitless vitality in the world for people to squander and use as mana to support the exorcism pestle's weight. If Zhang Xiaohua purely relied on his own strength and did not use the Immortal Tao's methods, he would not be a match. But what was the situation now? The martial Tao was flourishing and the vitality of the world had just recovered. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what method Kong Chan used to use his mana to support the exorcism pestle, but he knew that it was definitely an expedient tactic. It was a trick that the martial Tao's seniors learned from the Immortal Tao's methods. The direct result of this method was that it could not last long and could only be effective for a short period of time, as long as he could endure the most difficult initial stage. Even if he did not counterattack, Kong Chan would be defeated. Perhaps last time, Nanjing he had seen through the peculiarity and won the competition. However, it was difficult to put into practice. Monk Kong Chan waved the exorcism pestle like a long sword, sometimes pointing, sometimes stabbing, and sometimes chopping. Every time he waved, there was a strong pressure, forcing Zhang Xiaohua to dodge. Kong Chan's Qinggong was good, so Zhang Xiaohua could barely fight back. He raised Bo Ri and barely managed to clash with the exorcism pestle a few times. His right arm was very sore and almost unable to use the sword. Zhang Xiaohua had to find some time. He passed the sword to his left hand, calmed himself down, and performed the nameless swordsmanship again, entangling with the exorcism pestle. Zhang Xiaohua did not know if it was because of the mysterious flow in his left arm, but his left arm seemed to be stronger than his right arm. Under the strange sword moves of the nameless swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua withstood a few more moves. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was struggling at death's door, Kong Chan showed a smile on his face. He jumped up, and the green light on his face became brighter. He hit Zhang Xiaohua one move after another. Just when Zhang Xiaohua could not hold back and wanted to fight back, the time was not right. Before the power of the exorcism pestle in Kong Chan's hand was reduced, Zhang Xiaohua found that the way Kong Chan used the exorcism pestle was quite similar to the way Kong Jian used the exorcism pestle. Therefore, he paid attention and received a few more moves. His heart was set. He held Pan Ruo in his right hand, laughed, and said, "Senior brother Konchan, be careful." Pan Ruo did not touch the exorcism pestle. The tip of the sword was pointed at the flaw of the exorcism pestle. Ouch! Konchan was stunned. Then he circled the exorcism pestle and wanted to hit Pan Ruo. However, Zhang Xiaohua's Pan Ruo was like a fish in water. It pierced Konchan's back through the gap and did not entangle with the exorcism pestle. Therefore, there was no sound of weapons clashing on the field. The two changed their method of fighting force with force. The two weapons did not touch each other again. Outside the field, Great Master Chonggung's face was a little ugly. He said in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoxia is really smart." He found Konchan's weakness after fighting for a while. Although Konchan seems to be lifting heavy weights easily, he actually consumes a lot of energy. If he continues to fight like this, he will lose in the end. Great Master Chongqing smiled. With Abbess Jingyi's temperament, she must have told him earlier. There's nothing to be surprised about. He's just a kid. If he didn't have someone to guide him, how could he see the clues? Didn't you see how Konchan wields the exorcism pestle like a lamp? Who knows if he can hold on for long? Back then, Abbess Jing was also forced to use the qin gong of the incense cult. Luckily, she found the exorcism pestle's weakness. But if that's the case, Ren Xiaoyao should have started a fight when he first entered the array. Great Master Chongqing ignored him. He looked at the field and murmured, "I didn't expect Abbess Jing to be so narrow-minded. It's been so many years, and she still remembers this. If we had known earlier, we would have changed our method. We can only use the old method in a hurry." Using the old method is enough to show the mercy of our Dalan Temple. If Ren Xiaoyao can pass the 3 trials, it can be considered our Dalan Temple's generosity. It can make up for Abbess Jingyi's face. If he can't pass the 3 trials, then Abbess Jing will have nothing to say. The disciples of the incense cult will also become the laughingstock of Jianghu. This Ren Xiaoyao is also cunning. He actually wanted to peek into our sutra depository. Senior Marshal Brother, do you think this is Abbess Jingyi's order? Maybe, but I think this Ren Xiaoyao is also strange. It's obvious that his internal energy is strong. He blocked the Arhat array's long rod and the exorcism pestle, but why didn't he use qinggong? Back then, Abbess Jing relied entirely on the incense cult's qinggong. Could it be that the incense cult's qinggong isn't good enough for him? Or maybe he doesn't think it's suitable, so he wants to look for it in our Dalan Temple? If he's a disciple of the Dalan Temple, of course he has the qinggong to practice. He's just a disciple from another sect. How can our Dalan Temple give away our sect's qinggong? What we promised him was only the sword and staff techniques. We won't accept anything else. Well, then we'll have to see who can last until the end, Ren Xiaoyao or Konchan. Let's hope Konchan can hold on. Sigh, there hasn't been any abnormalities in the Forbidden Wind Valley for a long time. Why did it suddenly change today? If it doesn't work, we'll have to think of other ways for the 3rd round. Well, this Ren Xiaoyao's internal energy is amazing. We can only restrain him in the Forbidden Wind Valley. But who knows if he has other secret techniques? We can only rely on the Forbidden Wind Valley. The two looked at the arena and whispered. After a while, the situation in the arena changed again. Konchan's face turned green and gradually turned pale. The weight of the exorcism pestle also decreased slightly. If it was someone else, they might not be able to distinguish these changes. However, Zhang Xiaohua had been observing carefully, and with his divine sense probing from time to time, he had already noticed it. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua revealed a trace of a smile and shouted for the 2nd time, "Senior brother Konchan, you have to be careful." As he spoke, he leapt up and raised Hanya high into the air. It was the heaven-shocking staff technique. Hanya was like a shooting star rising from the horizon. It streaked across the sky and landed on the demon subduing pestle. With a pung sound, Konchan felt his hand sink. The exorcism pestle had increased in weight. Before he could pull out the exorcism pestle and change his technique, Zhang Xiaohua shouted again. Hanya was raised again and slammed down heavily. This time, Konchan felt even more uncomfortable. The exorcism pestle had increased in weight by several times. Immediately after, without waiting for Kanchan to react, Zhang Xiaohua attacked again and again. They were all heaven-shocking staff techniques, forcing Kanchan to use the exorcism pestle to defend himself. The exorcism pestle in Kanchan's hand became several times heavier. After a dozen strikes, Kanchan's hand trembled. He almost lost his grip on the exorcism pestle. He quickly retreated and hugged the exorcism pestle in his arms. He put his palms together and said, "Benefactor Ren's strength is amazing. This poor monk is ashamed of his inferiority." Hearing Kanchan admit defeat, Zhang Xiaohua threw Hanyu to the ground and sat down again. He let out a long sigh and said, "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Kanchan, for helping me. To tell you the truth, this junior is already exhausted. If Senior Marshal Brother had held on for a few more strikes, this junior would have thrown in the sword and admitted defeat." At this time, Kanchan's face was pale with a hint of green. The green light on the exorcism pestle had also faded. The various talismans on the exorcism pestle had also dimmed. Kanchan shook his head and said, "Even so, this poor monk can no longer continue. Benefactor Ren is still more skilled than this poor monk. Admirable, admirable." At this time, Master Chongqing and Great Master Changgung also walked over and said, "Young Benefactor is indeed powerful. You are indeed worthy of being the guardian disciple appointed by Abbess Jing Yi." That day, Abbess Jing Yi fought for half a day before she exhausted the guardian disciple. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, but he said modestly, "How can this disciple compare to Lord Hierarch?" Lord Hierarch won without shedding a drop of blood. This junior was covered in stinky sweat and exhausted by luck. "It's incomparable, incomparable." Master Chongqing asked, "Young Benefactor, do you want to challenge the third trial?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Master, I came here as a diplomatic envoy, not to provoke you. I also don't intend to throw my life away in the Dawn Temple. You see, it's still early, so let me rest a bit more." "Hee, that's easy. Young Benefactor, please rest. This old monk will go and prepare. After 2 hours, I will send a disciple to bring you two over." "Go over?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Not in this square." "Yes, the third trial is in another place." Master Chongqing didn't seem to intend to explain. Zhang Xiaohua chatted with Ming for a while and drank some tea. She looked at the sun in the west, and 2 hours passed quickly. Monk Kanchan changed into a green monk robe and came over with a smile. "Benefactor Run, have you rested well? It's about time. How is Senior Brother?" "Haha. Thank you for your mercy, Almsgiver Ren. I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after taking some pills." Looking at Kanchan's slightly flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "The Dalan Temple's medicinal pills are also famous. I'll have to ask Senior Brother to send me some later." "That's easy to say. When Benefactor Ren leaves, I'll definitely present it." Kanchan smiled and said, "Now, please follow this poor monk." Chapter 984. Where's the third test? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. After thinking for a moment, Kanchan whispered, "The third test is in the Forbidden Wind Valley of the other temple." "Forbidden Wind Valley?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Why is it placed there?" Kanchan smiled mysteriously and did not answer. At this time, the setting sun was as red as blood. Under Kanchan's lead, Zhang Xiaohua and Ming came to a valley. They saw that the valley was bare without any trees or flowers. Even the stones on the ground were not small. They were all huge. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of these stones was not like the usual. The surface was round and looked very smooth, but when you touched it, there were many fine marks. "The two of you, please come this way." Kanchan put her palms together and whispered. She led the two into the valley. After walking for an incense stick's worth of time, they came to a small open space. At this time, there were many people standing in the open space. In addition to Master Chongqing and Great Master Changgung, there was a big man who was half a body taller than Zhang Xiaohua. This big man was not only tall, but also had a lot of meat on his body. Except for a few places that were wrapped in cloth, the rest of his body was naked. A layer of oil flashed on his naked body. Under the light of the setting sun, the thick meat on his body jumped, showing the strength of his body. His bald head was also shiny with oil. When the big man saw Zhang Xiaohua coming, he frowned slightly and reached out to touch his shiny head. His hand was like a palm leaf fan, and his fingers were almost as thick as a radish. Seeing this big man, the monk standing next to Great Master Chang'eng, Zhang Xiaohua did not need to look carefully. This big man must be her opponent for the third test. Woo! A cold wind blew from the valley, making Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily shrink her neck. The other monks in the valley had a slight change in expression. Seeing this, Kong Chan hurried a few steps and said, reporting to the two martial uncles, Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple of the Incense Order, and Zi Xia, an inner disciple of Mo Xiangong, are here. Then he stood to the side. Master Chang Xing looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, Benefactor Run, have you rested well? Has your internal energy recovered? Inner force? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately cupped his hands and said, Many thanks for Master's understanding. Everything has been restored. Master, please guide the third round. That's good. Master Chang Xing nodded. He pointed to the big man next to him and said, This is my Dalan Temple's guardian, Vajra Kongju. He will be your opponent for the third trial. Greetings, Benefactor Run. Kongju put his palms together and said in a muffled voice, Greetings, Senior Brother Kongju. Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting with a smile. After seeing Senior Martial Brother Kongju's appearance, I feel ashamed of my own inferiority. I don't have the heart to fight anymore. Ha ha, Kong laughed loudly, and the flesh on his body trembled like flowing water. Almsgiver Run, Great Master Chang'eng said, The third stage isn't a competition of strength or ruthlessness. You don't have to worry. You don't have to say anything now. You will know when you enter. Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. Inside, after Master Chang'eng finished speaking, he dodged to the side and revealed a gap that was about the height of two people behind him. He pointed his finger and said, It's here. Zhang Xiaohua was expressionless as she looked at the narrow gap between the mountain rocks. It was very deep, and there wasn't much light passing through. She couldn't see the situation inside. Then forget it. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something, but hesitated. She would know everything once she entered. Master, please go first, Zhang Xiaohua said. All right. Master Chang Xing didn't decline and entered through the narrow gap. Great Master Chang'eng didn't move and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to go first. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and let Zhang Xiaohua go first. The narrow gap was very long, and it took the time it took to brew a cup of tea to cross it. After passing through the gap, there was a ruin that was about 400 to 500 feet in size. This ruin was slightly different from the fragrant cult Huanshu. There was a platform that was about the height of a person, and there were many large and thick stone pillars evenly distributed. The top of the stone pillars was empty, and they pierced the sky. There were many broken rocks, glazed tiles, and green bricks on the platform that were piled up messily. Master Chang Xing didn't explain and walked up a slanted staircase to the platform. There was a narrow path that led to the center of the ruin. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the platform, she immediately felt that something was wrong. The true qi in her meridians was supposed to hide her cultivation and stay dormant. But at this moment, it was really stagnant. Moreover, as Zhang Xiaohua went deeper into the center of the platform, her true qi became more and more immobile. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use her true qi because she was behind Master Chang Xing, she could clearly feel that there was a restriction on the platform that could imprison a person's cultivation. When she followed Master Chang Xing to the center of the platform, there was an open space with a radius of 10 feet. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Abbess Jing Yi was defeated in this trial. At this moment, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already solidified. She couldn't control or mobilize her true qi as she wished. Zhang Xiaohua also risked releasing her divine sense, but no matter what, she couldn't separate it from her body. She then looked at the bronze cauldron and thought about the burly man behind it. Needless to say, this trial was definitely a competition of strength. The restriction on the platform could imprison true qi, so presumably it also had an effect on internal energy. In that case, Abbess Jing Yi's internal energy, which she had painstakingly cultivated, wouldn't be of any use. Any qi practitioner or martial arts expert who came here would be the same as an ordinary person. They would have to rely on their own strength to do the talking. Not to mention this burly man who had painstakingly cultivated his strength. Even an ordinary Jianghu man would have more strength than Abbess Jing Yi. Thinking about how Abbess Jing Yi's martial arts were outstanding, yet she actually lost to an ordinary Dalan Temple monk in this Forbidden Wind Valley. How could she swallow this humiliation? When everyone arrived, Master Chongqing said with a smile, "Benefactor Run, now that you're here, you should have a clear idea of the situation, right? Our Dalan Temple's path is different from that of the incense sect's martial arts. We walk the path of Yang. The Dalan Temple's guardian disciples have to train their strength from a young age. They have to draw water from a distant mountain spring without spilling a single drop on the way. Then, they have to practice the Dalan Temple's special body tempering technique to increase their strength. Finally, they can practice our Dalan Temple's immortal cultivation technique and wield the demon subduing pestle. Presumably, after passing the first 2 trials, young benefactor will understand that strength is indispensable among our Dalan Temple's guardian disciples. All of the challenges are based on strength. Although young benefactor was different from your esteemed Abbess Jing Yi in that you didn't use your lightness technique and relied on your profound internal energy to pass the first 2 trials. The last trial will test young benefactor's physical strength. Young benefactor must have used his internal energy. On this platform, all forms of internal energy are useless. This disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "It means that I have to compete with Senior Kongju in terms of strength without using my internal energy." Yes, not only can young benefactor's internal energy not be used, but this old monk and the others can't use their internal energy either. Therefore, young benefactor doesn't need to worry about fairness. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua nod, Master Chongqing took out a small bell from his bosom and said, "This old monk has an immortal inheritance magic tool. It's a set with the evil subduing cauldron. Young benefactor must know the divine abilities of immortal inheritance magic tools. This evil subduing cauldron weighs 5,000 jin. Every time this old monk strikes this small bell, the weight of the evil subduing cauldron increases by 1,000 jin. There's such a miraculous thing?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked curiously at the small bell in Great Master Chonggong's hand. Although Zhang Xiaohua was strong, this strength came from cultivating the fist of the North Star and using the warm current to temper the bones in his body. It was pure physical strength. When he was fighting with Kong Chan, he already felt that it was amazing when he saw the evil subduing pestle changing its weight with mana. Now that he saw this small bell increase its weight by 1,000 jin with a single strike, he was even more surprised. Apart from being surprised, he thought more about his own Prajna heavy sword. This sword weighed more than 10,000 jin and couldn't be controlled by his divine sense. It was obvious that it was different from the evil subduing pestle in terms of its weight. Then what was it that could be so heavy? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look forward to it. Moreover, he gradually had a vague idea in his mind. This idea sounded a little unimaginable now. Whether it would work or not, he would have to wait until Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation level gradually increased before he could verify it. Benefactor Run, don't be surprised. There are thousands of Buddhist techniques that are shocking. This is just a simple, practical method. Great Master Chonggong smiled and said, "The test for this stage is simple. Junior Kongju and Benefactor Run will each step forward and take turns lifting the same weight. I will wait for both of you to lift the evil subduing cauldron and increase its weight until one of you can no longer lift it. Huh, what if both of you can't lift it in the end? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. That's easy. Great Master Changgung squinted and said, I will strike the bell again and reduce the weight of the evil-subduing cauldron by 100. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, Buddhist artifacts are indeed powerful. Then he cupped his hands and said to Kongju, Senior Kongju, as the host, you should go first. Let me see how you lift it. Umph. Kongju snorted and strode forward. His footsteps were so heavy that the platform shook a few times. Kongju walked to the front of the evil-subduing cauldron, bent down, and grabbed the legs of the cauldron. He tested it and shouted, Rise! The huge evil-subduing cauldron rose in response. It seemed effortless. Then, Kongju lifted the cauldron. After a while, he put it down on the platform with a bang. Fortunately, the platform was very clean and there was no dust. Under Great Master Changgung's smiling gaze, Kongju walked back to his seat and looked at Zhang Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes. He seemed to be provoking her. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and walked to the front of the evil-subduing cauldron. She bent down, leaned forward, and held the evil-subduing cauldron with one hand. She didn't even bother to shout, Rise. She just gritted her teeth, and the evil-subduing cauldron was lifted up with a whoosh. Master Changgung's eyes flashed with a strange light when he saw how easy it was to lift something heavy. He was extremely surprised. After Zhang Xiaohua put the cauldron on the ground, Great Master Changgung nodded and said, Abbess Jing Yi is indeed meticulous. It must have been hard on her. Then he picked up the small bell, and it rang with a dong. Chapter 985. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't leave her body, so she couldn't see the changes in the qi of heaven and earth around the evil suppression cauldron. She couldn't see any changes in the cauldron with her naked eyes. After the bell rang, Kongju stopped underestimating his opponent and walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. Just like before, he lifted the cauldron above his head. However, when he returned to his original position, he nodded at Zhang Xiaohua politely, indicating that it was his turn. There was no provocation in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She walked up to the cauldron and lifted it with one hand. When she put the cauldron down, she turned to Kongju and said, Senior Kongju, adding 500 kilograms at a time seems too slow. I think we should ask Master Changxing to strike the cauldron 10 times at a time and add another 10,000 kilograms. What do you think? Kongju was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Junior Brother Ren, what do you think, adding another 2,500 kilograms at a time? Oh, that's fine. I just think it's too slow to add it bit by bit. 2,500 kilograms is fine too. Zhang Xiaohua agreed. Master Changxing sighed. The small bell in his hand moved rapidly, and he struck it 5 times in a row. According to Master Changxing's explanation, the evil suppression cauldron should weigh 11,000 kilograms. After you, Senior Kongju. Zhang Xiaohua moved to the side. Kongju walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. He wasn't as relaxed as before. First, he moved his wrists a little. Then, he took a deep breath and grabbed the legs of the cauldron with both hands. After testing it, he shouted, Rise. Then, he lifted the cauldron above his head. However, when he put it down this time, he wasn't as relaxed as before. It was almost as if he had thrown it to the ground. Okay, it's Almsgiver Ren's turn. Kongju let out a long sigh and moved to the side. Zhang Xiaohua walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. She still used her left hand to test it. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her right hand and grabbed the legs of the cauldron. She took a deep breath and lifted the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua's lifting process was similar to Kongju's, but when she put it down, the difference was obvious. Just like before, she slowly put it down. Dang, 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 dang. Another 5 bells rang out, and the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron increased to 16,000 jin. At this moment, Kongju's face showed that he was in a difficult position. His arms had the strength of 15,000 kilograms, which was rare in the world. He originally thought that he could lift it 10 times in a row, but no matter how strong Zhang Xiaohua was, looking at Kong Ju's thin and tall figure, it was impossible for her to lift it 5 times. Who would have thought that the other party would ask him to add 10,000 kilograms, and he could only agree to add 5,000 kilograms? After adding it twice, he had already exceeded his limit. This evil-suppressing cauldron was no longer something he could lift. Kong Ju glanced at Master Chong Xing. Master Chong Xing nodded slightly, as if to encourage him. Hence, Kong Ju walked up to the evil-suppressing cauldron, took a deep breath, bent down, and grabbed the huge cauldron in his hands. He tested it with both hands and shouted loudly, raising the cauldron in front of him. However, just as he tried to lift the cauldron above his head, he was exhausted and couldn't move anymore. With a loud bang, the evil-suppressing cauldron was thrown to the ground by Kong Ju, making a loud noise. Kong Ju's face was flushed red. He looked at Master Chong Xing and returned to his original position. All right, Benefactor Run. If you can lift this evil-suppressing cauldron, you will pass the 3rd test and avenge your sect master. Master Chong Xing said. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Since Senior Kong Ju couldn't lift it, I might not be able to either. Hence, I will have to trouble Master Chong Xing to reduce the weight of the evil-suppressing cauldron so that Kong Ju and I can lift it again. Go ahead, go ahead. There's no harm in it. Master Chong Xing waved his hand. It's just a few more knocks, which will consume a little more magic power. Magic power? When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she understood that the weight of the evil-suppressing cauldron wasn't for nothing. Zhang Xiaohua put on a good show. First, she walked to the front of the evil-suppressing cauldron. Just like before, she tried a few times before she used her strength to lift it. Kong Ju's eyes were wide open, and his heart was in his throat. He hoped that Zhang Xiaohua could do the same thing as him. Unfortunately, although Zhang Xiaohua lifted it with difficulty, her face was flushed and her veins were bulging, she was still able to lift it above her head. She even managed to stand up unsteadily. Sigh, Kong Ju sighed in his heart. However, when Zhang Xiaohua put down the evil-suppressing cauldron, his eyes lit up. He clearly saw that although Zhang Xiaohua had thrown the evil-suppressing cauldron to the ground like him, it didn't bounce a few times like he did. Instead, it was very obedient and didn't move an inch. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua had gently put it down. Tisk, Kong Ju couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, he looks like he's not much older than Kong Jian. He doesn't have much flesh on his body, but he's actually so strong. Moreover, he's so considerate of others. That's not bad. But his strength, where did he train it from? Could it be that he was really born with divine strength? Kong Ju sighed in his heart. However, he still stepped forward and put his palms together. He said sincerely, Benefactor Ren's divine strength is amazing. This poor monk humbly admits defeat. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat off her forehead with her hand and smiled. Senior Kong Ju, I was really lucky. I talked so much with Master Chong Xing just now because I wanted to recover my strength. Senior, please don't blame me. Kong Ju didn't expose her and was about to speak. Meng Han walked over with a smile. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua raise the evil-suppressing cauldron, she almost jumped up. This was a secret competition between the two super sects, the Fragrant Cult and the Dalan Temple. It was also a matter of Nun Jingyi's reputation. If Zhang Xiaohua won, there would be no need to mention the benefits. Therefore, she couldn't help but say, Congratulations, Junior Brother Ren. Before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, a strange cold wind blew from beside the evil-suppressing cauldron. It was the same as before, but this time, the wind was much stronger. The cold wind blew from below and lifted Meng's veil, revealing her true face. Yu, Great Master Changgung, who was standing beside Kong Ju, was a little annoyed. When he saw Meng's face, his expression changed. He raised his arm and pointed at Meng's face, saying in shock, You, why are you here? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Great Master Chang'eng came to his senses and immediately shut his mouth. Although he was still shocked, his eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Meng also looked at Great Master Chang'eng in shock. She pulled down her veil and asked excitedly, "Chang, Great Master Chang'eng, have you seen me before?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She didn't bother talking to Kong Ju and walked up to Master Chang'eng. She bowed and asked, "Master, have you seen my senior sister Zixia before? When was it? Where was it? Please tell me the truth." By this time, Great Master Chang'eng had regained his composure. Although there was doubt in his eyes, he still shook his head and said, "Young benefactor Zixia, I have never seen her before, but you just saw Zixia, wasn't she?" Young benefactor, you misunderstood. I have seen someone who looked like Benefactor Zixia before, but that was many years ago. How could it be Benefactor Zixia? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more overjoyed. He immediately asked, "Master, where did you see it? Who is she? Please tell me." "Yes, Great Master Chang'eng. Can you tell me where you saw someone who looked like me?" This Great Master Chang'eng seemed to be in a difficult position. He looked at Master Changxing and said, "That was 40 years ago. I was still a disciple of the law enforcement hall at that time, but this matter involves the Dalan Temple. Forgive me for not being able to." Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. She bowed to the ground and said, "Master, this matter is very important to my senior sister Zixia. Please tell me." Zixia also hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, this matter concerns my origin. Please be merciful." This Great Master Chang'eng shook his head and said, "Isn't this making things difficult for me?" Master Changxing thought for a while and said, "Young benefactors, don't be anxious. This matter concerns the Dalan Temple, so we have to carefully consider it. Benefactor Ren has passed the 3 tests and is about to go to the temple to see Abbot Changsheng and present the invitation card to him. I also have to report the matter of young benefactor entering the Sutra Depository to read the secret manuals. Junior brother Chang'eng can report this matter to the abbot and let him make a decision. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua praised. "That's great. That's how it should be." Meng also nodded slightly. "All right, we'll go out and let Benefactor Zixia wait outside the temple for the time being. Young Benefactor Run, please follow us into the temple." Meng was waiting under the tree outside the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua followed the 2 masters into the Dalan Temple. Although this Dalan Temple was similar to the Dalan Temple in front of the mountain and had incense and candles and Buddha, there were many wandering and cultivating monks here. There are no traces of pilgrims. Moreover, the buildings in this temple were more magnificent. The sculptures and murals were more simple and unadorned. Even the commonly seen green bricks under their feet revealed the vicissitudes of time. Zhang Xiaohua and the other 2 walked through several halls and finally turned to a secluded place. Before Master Changxing opened the door of a small hut, a divine sense swept out from inside the hut. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She activated the nameless formula and carefully concealed her cultivation and divine sense. Sure enough, the divine sense hovered in front of Zhang Xiaohua a few times and then retracted. "Abbot, we brought Benefactor Ren Xiaoyao from the incense cult to deliver the invitation card." Master Changxing stood at the door and whispered, "Come in." An old and peaceful voice sounded. "Yes," Master Changxing responded and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Benefactor Ren, please come in." With that, Master Changxing pushed the door open and led Zhang Xiaohua into the house. Great Master Chang'eng followed closely behind. Inside the small house, there was a portrait, a bookshelf, and a few meditation mats. On one of the meditation mats sat an old monk with extremely long and white eyebrows. Zhang Xiaohua sized up the layout of the room and immediately went forward to bow. "Greetings, Master Changsheng." Chapter 986. A gentle force supported Zhang Xiaohua and stopped him from kowtowing. "You don't have to be so courteous. Young benefactor Run, Please forgive me for being too simple. Master Chang Sheng's voice was unusually amiable and pleasant to listen to. Zhang Xiaohua was convinced and said, "It's my great fortune to be able to meet you. How can I be so calculative about such things?" Haha, good. Young benefactor may be young, but you are experienced in dealing with people. It's no wonder that you were able to receive the favor of your esteemed leader and deliver the invitation on behalf of a direct disciple. It's nothing, Zhang Xiaohua said humbly. It's all because I have some strength. Only the esteemed leader sent me here. Oh. Master Chang Sheng was puzzled. It's like this. Master Chang Sheng stepped forward and explained the matter in detail. In the end, he explained, without the abbot's permission, this poor monk acted on his own accord. Please punish me, abbot. Ha! The abbot smiled and waved his hand. Junior, you're wrong. All the martial arts in the world originate from the great forest. The martial arts of the Dalan Temple are meant for everyone to cultivate. Although young benefactor Run is a disciple of the fragrant religion, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted when he heard this, but he was immediately disappointed. Master Chang Sheng continued, although we can't let him cultivate the secret inner strength cultivation method of the Dalan Temple, there's no harm in letting him take a look at ordinary fist techniques and sword techniques. However, Zhang Xiaohua still thanked him. He wanted to learn about the Dharma swordsmanship in advance, but he was afraid that the great Master Changgong would be suspicious. Therefore, he could only keep it a secret. After receiving Master Changsheng's approval, Master Changsheng heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take out the jade slip and handed it over respectfully. He said, "This is the invitation that my esteemed leader sent me to deliver. Please accept it." Master Chang Sheng nodded. "You've worked hard to deliver this invitation. How can I not accept it?" As he spoke, he took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. After a while, he raised his white eyebrows and asked, "Young benefactor Rin, has your fragrant cult sect protecting array been completely destroyed?" "Yes, Master Chang Sheng." Zhang Xiaohua then told him about the incense cult. Master Chang Sheng frowned slightly. After a while, he sighed and said, "It's fate. People in Jianghu have no choice, even if..." Then he chanted the name of Buddha and said self-mockingly, "As an outsider, I made a fool of myself in front of you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Master is merciful. In the spirit of if I don't go to hell, who will? Being in the Jianghu is really beyond my reach." Then he glanced at the great Master Changgong, who was standing beside him with his head lowered. He probed, "Changsheng Abbot, I'm slow-witted. There's one more thing that I need your approval for. Is there anything else?" The elder asked with a smile. At this moment, great Master Changgong raised his head and said, "Senior Abbot, I know what benefactor wants. It involves the secrets of the Dalan Temple." Oh. The elder was taken aback. He turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "In that case, would you please wait outside for a while?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and cupped her hands. "This matter involves my senior sister Zixia's past. If possible, I hope Master can be merciful." The elder nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua left the simple meditation room and stood outside. He waited for about half a meal. During this time, he wanted to release his divine sense several times to see what was going on inside. He also wanted to burrow into the ground and listen to what was being said. However, he was afraid of being discovered by the elder. More importantly, he was afraid of angering the Dalan Temple. They didn't need to punish him. They only needed to politely say, "I'm sorry, this is a secret of the Dalan Temple. It can't be told to outsiders." Well, his dream of finding out about his origins was once again lost. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could restrain great Master Changgong and use the bewitching finger to force him to confess. However, if the Tenryu sect spy could escape the bewitching finger, how could the Dalan Temple not be able to do the same? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking and scratching her head, the door of the meditation room opened. Master Changxing and Great Master Changgong came out. Zhang Xiaohua jumped over and asked anxiously, "Master, why?" Great Master Changgong smiled and said, Abbot is merciful and has approved it. However, this matter happened a long time ago. Let me think about it carefully before informing you. Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed. Thank you, Master. A young benefactor doesn't need to be so courteous. Abbot has said that there's no need to thank him in person. A monk should be considerate. In addition, Abbot will definitely attend the martial arts assembly of your esteemed sect. Young benefactor can go back and report this to Shirtai Jingyi. Thank you, Master. Zhang Xiaohua stood outside the door and bowed deeply toward the meditation room. However, a gentle force came from inside the room, supporting him and preventing him from bowing. Although this force wasn't worth mentioning to Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before standing up respectfully. That's enough, young benefactor. Abbot doesn't allow you to thank him, so you don't need to thank him. Why do you need to be so formal? Master Chongqing smiled and said, You'd better follow me to the sutra depository and find your sword techniques, fist techniques, and so on. We'll talk about it later. After finding clues to Meng's origins, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as enthusiastic about sword techniques, fist techniques, and staff techniques. Thinking about Meng, who was waiting outside the temple, Zhang Xiaohua probed, Can I go outside the temple first and tell senior martial sister Zixiao about this matter? Master Chongqing waved his hand. This matter isn't urgent. Just find a disciple and tell him about it. I'll send you to the sutra depository. I still have other matters to attend to. Zhang Xiaohua happily said, Thank you, Master. Soon after, he thought of another matter and asked, That's right, before I came to the Dalan Temple, the sect leader repeatedly urged me to pay my respects to Grandmaster Yuan Tian if possible. Should I report this to Grandmaster Chongsheng? That's easy. I'll report this to Abbot in a moment. Before young benefactor leaves, you could go to the Pagoda Forest. The Pagoda Forest? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Before he could ask, Master Chongqing had already walked ahead, as if Zhang Xiaohua should know something about the Pagoda Forest. He followed Master Chongqing to the front of an extremely ordinary pavilion. A gray-robed monk came out to welcome them. Master Chongqing pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, This is Ren Xiaoyao, the messenger of the fragrant religion. The abbot has decreed that you can choose a sword technique, palm technique, or any other ordinary secret manual to read in the sutra depository. You can't take it out of the sutra depository, and you can't copy it. Yes, I'll comply with the abbot's decree. Benefactor, this way please, the monk said with a salute. This is the sutra depository? Zhang Xiaohua asked in astonishment as he looked at the ordinary sutra depository. Young benefactor, what do you think the sutra depository looks like? Master Chongqing asked with a smile. This, no matter what, there should be monks with high martial arts as guards. No matter what, there should be. Zhang Xiaohua almost blurted out the appearance of the Misty School's sutra depository. Ha, young benefactor, you're thinking too much. Master Chongqing said, Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. No one said that the sutra depository has to be a solemn image. Master Chongqing then waved his hand and said, This old monk still has other matters to attend to. After Benefactor Ren finishes reading the secret manual, this old monk will send you on your way. Send me on my way? Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled her lips. This sentence seems to have two meanings. I don't dare to nag Master. Master, please do as you wish. After Master Chongqing left, Zhang Xiaohua followed the monk into the sutra depository. The sutra depository wasn't big. It was only 20 feet in size. There was a small wooden ladder in the corner that led to the second floor. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the second floor wasn't something she could go up by herself, so she didn't look there. The monk led Zhang Xiaohua to a row of bookshelves, pointed at them, and said respectfully, Benefactor Run, this row contains our sect collection of sword techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, and so on. Benefactor Run, please choose one. This poor monk will wait for you here. Zhang Xiaohua understood immediately. She smiled and said, Thank you, Master. This one understands. Then, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense slightly. She used her eyes to look at the books while using her divine sense to distinguish them. Unfortunately, just as Master Chongqing had said, these were all ordinary secret manuals from the Dawn Temple. Zhang Xiaohua searched the entire bookshelf but couldn't find any fluctuation of the Tao of Immortals. Unknowingly, when Zhang Xiaohua randomly selected a secret manual, she released her divine sense and shrouded the entire sutra depository. She checked every bookshelf one by one. Just as she was filled with disappointment and was about to use her divine sense to look at the wooden ladder again, her eyes inadvertently swept past, and she was stunned on the spot. He saw a thin and short old monk dressed in gray robes. He had a hunched back and was holding an old broom in his hand. He stood beside the wooden ladder and was meticulously sweeping the ground with his head lowered. Whoosh! Blood rushed to Zhang Xiaohua's head. She scanned the area with her divine sense again in disbelief. Still, she couldn't find any trace of the old monk. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to force her way in and quickly retracted her divine sense. Even the thought of forcing her way into the sutra depository at night was dispelled. After pretending to search for a while, Zhang Xiaohua asked as if nothing had happened, "Master, who is the master sweeping the floor in front of the wooden ladder?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua mention the old monk, the disciple was stunned. He looked at the monk in the distance and said softly, "This one doesn't know the Grand Master's Dharma name. This one only knows that he has been sweeping the floor in the sutra depository for as long as I can remember." Then, he said respectfully, "Also, I heard from the martial uncles that they have seen him sweeping the floor since they could remember. As for his Dharma name and age, no one knows." Oh, Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps only the head elder would know the origin of this old monk. Since there was such a mysterious person overseeing the sutra depository, not to mention others, even Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to covet it. How could the Dalan Temple not be reassured? Why are there still monks outside the door? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense and concentrated on looking for the secret books with her naked eyes. Chapter 987. The Dalan Temple's collection was indeed powerful. Although there weren't many fist manuals, sword manuals, and staff techniques, they were all exquisite. At least, Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of any of them. After searching for a long time, his gaze finally landed on a booklet at the top of the bookshelf titled Tong Tian Staff Technique. Actually, there wasn't anything special about it. It was just that Zhang Xiaohua had previously read Refining the World and recently read Sword Performing the World, so he was very curious about this Tian. That bookshelf was very high. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure, he could barely reach it, and the booklet was covered in dust, indicating that very few people had read this secret manual. Didn't Zhang Xiaohua like to look for things that others didn't want? Benefactor, please don't blame me. This bookshelf is really too high. This poor monk's height is limited, so it's not convenient for me to reach it. The monk saw the dust on the booklet and explained shyly. It's fine. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Benefactor, please come here, the monk said embarrassedly. He extended his hand and invited Zhang Xiaohua to the front of the praying mat in the corner. He pointed to the praying mat and said, "This is where this disciple meditates on the secret manual. This book cannot be brought out of the sutra depository. Benefactor, please meditate on it here." Okay. Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. The monk bowed and left. Zhang Xiaohua opened the Tong Tian Staff Technique book and saw that it recorded the moves of this staff technique. It was very clear, but when Zhang Xiaohua concentrated on reading it for a while, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although this staff technique was magical, it was only relatively speaking. If it was an ordinary person in the pugilistic world, they would treat it as a treasure. But for Zhang Xiaohua, it was really good to look at, but useless. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Just as she was about to close the secret manual, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Young benefactor, why are you sighing?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Seeing the old monk standing beside him, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. I wanted to look for a script in the Sutras depository of the Dalan Temple that was similar to the demon-subduing pestle used by the protector of the temple, but I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. You see, it wasn't easy for me to find one that was faded, but it's not suitable for me. As he spoke, he handed over the heaven-piercing staff technique and probed. Perhaps Grandmaster has something to recommend? The old monk didn't even look at his secret manual. He shook his head and said, Young benefactor, is it for that sword embryo of yours? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately said respectfully, That's right, Grandmaster. Please help me, Grandmaster. Help. The old monk shook his head. This poor monk has been sweeping the floor of the Sutras depository for many years, but this is the first time I've met someone who is fated to be like you. This poor monk has read all the secret manuals in the Sutras depository, and only this one is suitable for you. Benefactor, you have chosen well, but the way you read it is not suitable. As the saying goes, immortals are fated to be immortals. How can an ordinary person find it with the naked eye? After he finished speaking, the old monk picked up the broom and lowered his head to remember to sweep the floor. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with respect. He bowed and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, he didn't need to look at it with his naked eye. He only released his divine sense and enveloped the secret manual. After a long while, he felt that the human figure in the secret manual was moving, displaying the staff technique from the beginning to the end. However, the moves of the staff technique were completely different from what was recorded in the secret manual. For the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua came to the Sutras depository and opened the heaven-piercing staff technique manual. Then he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend it. In the end, even the old monk who was sweeping the floor was surprised. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua's talent was limited and couldn't fully comprehend it. In fact, even the mysterious old monk didn't know that when Zhang Xiaohua first memorized the staff technique in the secret manual and then immersed his divine sense into the secret manual, the staff technique displayed by the human figure in the secret manual was completely different. It was obviously another set of staff techniques. In a day, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw 9 different sets of the heaven-piercing staff technique. Of course, this wasn't the most bizarre part. When Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng to rest outside the temple at night, he woke up in the morning. In yesterday's 9 sets of heaven-piercing staff technique, most of the moves were forgotten. It was just like when he practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as ignorant as before. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This heaven-piercing staff technique might not be as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. Sure enough, on the second day, Zhang Xiaohua saw 9 different sets of staff techniques. However, the 10th set didn't appear. On the morning of the 3rd day, there were only a few moves left in his mind. Therefore, for 9 days, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw 81 sets of staff techniques from the heaven-piercing staff technique manual. Finally, in his mind, there were only 360 moves of the staff technique left. These moves were similar to the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist. They weren't linked together. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to link these moves together. He knew that he had gotten lucky. Why didn't he hurry up and memorize all the moves? On the evening of the 9th day, Zhang Xiaohua put the heaven-piercing staff technique back on the bookshelf. He bowed to the old monk who was sweeping the floor and followed the monk out of the Sutras depository. Just as he walked to the entrance of the Dalan temple, a young monk hurriedly ran over. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he hurriedly bowed. Then he looked around and whispered, Benefactor Run, thank you for your help that day. In a while, if there are disciples of the Dalan temple who invite you to the back of the mountain, please ignore them. Be careful of any tricks. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left. After the young monk left, Zhang Xiaohua recalled that this young monk was the one who held on to him by the mountain spring when he and Meng came to the back of the mountain to search for the Dalan temple. It was just a small matter, and he had long forgotten about it. The young monk's sudden gratitude and warning stunned him. Just as the young monk said, before Zhang Xiaohua had left the temple, another young monk came over. He clasped his hands together and said, "Benefactor Run, I am Yuan Fa. I was sent by Marshal Uncle Kong Jian to deliver a letter of challenge to you." Yuan Fa? Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where is the letter of challenge?" "This. Marshal Uncle Kong Jian didn't write it. He only asked me to bring you to the back of the mountain." Although the young monk warned him, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded and said, "Please lead the way. Please." After Yuan Fa finished speaking, he walked away. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, he heard Meng shout from behind, Junior Xiaoyao, where are you going?" Hearing Meng's concern, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, "It's all right. I need to teach that young monk a lesson. You can wait in the tent. I'll be back in a while." Uffed. Meng covered her mouth and laughed. "Then come back early. Don't hurt that child." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He waved his hand as if he was bidding farewell to the housekeeper. Looking at the path Yuan Fa led, Zhang Xiaohua's face unconsciously revealed a strange expression. This was the same path that Master Chongqing brought him to the Forbidden Wind Valley on the first day he came to the Dalan Temple. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't differentiate between north and south, he still had some impression of this path. "Don't tell me, little monk Kong Jian wants to throw me into that restrictive spell? Does he want to rely on his strength to teach me a lesson?" As expected by Zhang Xiaohua, when he saw the narrow gap in front of Yuan Fa, he laughed in his heart. The Dalan Temple really cares about their reputation. They didn't tell the other guardians about what happened in the Forbidden Wind Valley. Otherwise, why would little monk Kong Jian use this method to deal with me? Yuan Fa walked to the narrow gap and stopped. He pointed at the gap and said, "Benefactor Ren, Senior Uncle Kong Jian is already inside. I can only go this far. Please go in by yourself." "Thank you, Master." Yuan Fa's face immediately turned red. He lowered his head and said, I don't dare." Then he ran away. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose, turned around, and walked into the crack. There was a restriction in this place, so he wasn't afraid that Kong Jian would play any tricks. Moreover, this was Dalan Temple's territory. No matter how bold Kong Jian was, he wouldn't dare to do anything shocking. He was probably just feeling indignant and wanted to regain some face. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua came back to the platform, in front of the evil suppression cauldron, the little monk Kong Jian was still holding the two bronze hammers. He had a sinister smile on his face and said, "Benefactor Run is really brave. You even dared to come to the Forbidden Wind Valley." Hee. Are you dumbfounded now that you're here? Can Benefactor Ren still use his internal energy? Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, "Of course not. Do I need you to tell me? I knew it 9 days ago." 9 days ago? The little monk Kong Jian was stunned. He asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here to learn from Senior Kong Ju." "What? You?" The little monk Kong Jian pointed his hammers at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You're actually worthy enough for Senior Kong Ju to fight with you?" Zhang Xiaohua was proud of himself. Just as he was about to say something, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The entire platform was in a mess. Just as the gust of wind blew, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his divine sense loosen. He was actually able to leave his body. The wind had actually caused a restrictive spell on the platform to lose its effectiveness. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately left his body and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a weak fluctuation of energy on the platform beside the evil suppression cauldron. It was a flaw that looked like a hole. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and flew to the little monk Kong Jian, whose face was covered by the strong wind. She reached out and sealed his acupoints. Then, she grabbed him and threw him behind a big pillar. She then flew to the side of the evil suppression cauldron on the flat platform. She cast a spell and went straight into the hole. With Zhang Xiaohua's entry, the hole was automatically sealed after a short while. The strong wind also stopped blowing. The entire platform was silent. Only Kong Jian, whose acupoints were sealed, was lying quietly under the big pillar. Zhang Xiaohua entered the platform and released her divine sense. Unconsciously, she was stunned. The entire platform was covered in restrictions. Only the space in front of her, which was about the height of a person, still had some cold wind blowing out. Only this passage-like space did not have the slightest restriction. Chapter 988. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the Crimson Spirit Shield. With a hand seal, the Crimson Spirit Shield flew above Zhang Xiaohua's head. A faint red light sprinkled down and covered Zhang Xiaohua. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flew out and followed the passage towards the place where the cold wind was blowing out. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. His body sank, and he fell into a 10-feet square space. Before he could steady himself, a strong wind blew and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to let the Crimson Spirit Shield take on the strong wind. He immediately flew into the air, and the strong wind swept past Zhang Xiaohua's arm, causing Zhang Xiaohua to feel a little pain. In his divine sense, the strong wind crashed into the restriction above his head and immediately rushed out a passage that was about the height of a person. After the strong wind passed, the entire space returned to normal. Only a faint white light filled the space. It was a scene of harmony and tranquility. Although it was not lit with incense like the main hall of the Dalan Temple, there was still a faint fragrance coming from it. When Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, he saw that in the middle of the entire space, there was a 7-jointed bamboo floating crookedly in midair. The faint white light was emitted by it, and it seemed that the fragrance was also coming from the bamboo. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "This bamboo, seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Don't tell me it's similar to the bamboo behind the Guizhuang house." However, ordinary bamboo was emerald green, and when it was old, it would also wither and yellow. How could it be so sparkling and translucent, even whiter than white jade? Where have I seen it before? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly, but immediately he slapped his forehead and blurted out, "Chongqing Abbot! Wasn't there a painting hanging on the wall in Chongqing Abbot's simple and crude meditation room? That painting was of a Buddha with a pale golden face, holding a bamboo that was almost identical to this one. Moreover, the bamboo in the painting was the same as the one in front of him. They both had 7 joints, and each joint had a bamboo leaf that looked like it was carved out of white jade. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly appeared below the bamboo and went straight up. With a soft swoosh, a faint layer of light formed by countless 7-colored lotuses appeared around the bamboo. The light flickered a few times, and after the cold wind passed, it gradually dimmed. The cold wind brushed past the light barrier and blew a passage through the restriction outside the space. Then it went straight into the space. Surprised, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. He released his divine sense at the place where the cold wind came from, a colorless bead that was almost invisible to the naked eye and was about the size of Thumb's thumb. A wind bead. This thought immediately flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaohua's appetite was aroused, and even his divine sense was burning with desire. When he used his divine sense to look around the wind bead, he was even more delighted. What do you think? He saw that there was an extremely strange fluctuation around the wind bead, which was different from what Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. It was different from a restriction, but it was different from a restriction. It could also be said that it was not a restriction. Looking at how the fluctuation was firmly suppressing the wind bead, it was extremely similar to a restriction. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua would have to think for a while, but now the fluctuation was extremely faint. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was like a layer of window paper that could be broken with a poke. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to fly to the front of the wind bead, the bamboo suddenly emitted a faintly discernible white light, followed by a faintly discernible chanting of sutras. The white light shot towards the strange restriction around the wind bead, and the restriction shook for a while. Just as the restriction was shaking, the colorless wind bead also trembled slightly, and the restriction shook even more violently. After a while, the shaking stopped, and the strange fluctuation became even fainter. The same cold wind as before rushed out from the restriction and rushed towards the bamboo. In an instant, the chanting stopped abruptly, and the seven-colored lotus appeared. Wherever the cold wind passed, it became slightly dimmer. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this, and he almost did a somersault in the air. Needless to say, the bamboo was supposed to suppress the wind bead, but the wind bead was stubborn and did not perish under the suppression. Instead, it was resisting. The cold wind was not only blowing away the suppression, but it was also on the verge of destroying the bamboo's defense. Of course, looking at the state of the wind bead, it was also struggling at death's door. The wind bead and the bamboo were in a lose-lose situation. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Zhang Xiaohua praised. The ancients really did not deceive me. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to be the fisherman. He thought for a while, then took out 2 fire talismans and threw them at the bamboo. Pong! The fire talismans broke, and the 7-colored lotus was burned. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab the bamboo through the hole. However, just as he was about to reach out his hand, a faint but abundant Buddha's light came from above the small lotus and covered it. In an instant, the small lotus was repaired. Although it was still weak, it still blocked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He reached out his hand, trying to grab the bamboo through the hole. However, just as he was about to reach out, a faint but abundant Buddha's light came from above the small lotus and covered it. In an instant, the small lotus was repaired. Although it was still weak, it still blocked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought that the defense was at the end of the line, and he could easily break it. Who knew that there would be such a change? But after thinking about it, it was normal. The evil wind was so strong that it could even break the restrictive spell, and the bamboo was able to suppress the wind bead. It must be something good. Without a few layers of protection, who would be at ease? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua threw out another fire talisman, but the result was the same. Could it be that I have to use other methods? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought for a while. With a shake of his hand, he took out Chasing Dream. Who knew that although Chasing Dream's 8 sword radiances were extremely nimble, the Buddha's light seemed to be everywhere. The moment Chasing Dream's sword radiances left, the Buddha's light immediately repaired the lotus. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Although the restrictive spell was very weak, but could not withstand the constant repair. If it continued to repair, wouldn't it be impossible to break it? Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua used her soul awareness to look at the source of the Buddha's light and had the idea of taking drastic measures. Indeed, in that direction, the restrictive spell in the entire space had some strange changes. And at this moment, coincidentally, a gust of evil wind blew past and blew the lotus out again. The evil wind was stronger this time. An array of Buddha's light appeared again, passing through the strange restrictive spell. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and as if telepathic, she immediately conjured a spell and flew towards the restrictive spell. Strangely, the Buddha's light was faint, and Zhang Xiaohua flew in without any obstruction. Instead, she felt like a fish in water. At this moment, the restrictive spell seemed to have become transparent, and Zhang Xiaohua passed through it without any obstruction. Strange? Zhang Xiaohua praised in her heart. I have only practiced the fire escape technique and the earth escape technique, and I have not practiced the light escape technique. All I have now is the flying technique, but why does it feel so strange inside this Buddha's light? And Why do I know in my heart that this restrictive spell can be broken? However, the flying speed was fast, and before she could understand it carefully, she was already in an unknown space. When Zhang Xiaohua came to this space, he did not need to use his soul awareness. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was enough to make him stunned on the spot. He saw that there were only two colors in this space, one black and one white. The black was on top, and the white was on the bottom. The place where the black and white met in the middle was very clear, and there was no sign of gray at all. When he took a closer look, the black one had the absolute advantage again. It was like a black cloud covering the top, completely suppressing the white one below. It was actually black, and it was suppressing the white color. And in the white color, there was a 9th grade lotus emitting a faint white Buddha's light. Looking up, it was also pitch black. However, a black flag could be seen in the pitch black darkness, and it suddenly came into view. This! Zhang Xiaohua once again let out an extremely astonished sigh. He rubbed his eyes hard. He really could not understand how he could still see darkness in the darkness. Furthermore, the black flag was still swaying slightly in the windless space. It was quite proud. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black and white color and unconsciously thought of the black and white fruit that he had kept in his money bag. However, that black and white fruit was similar to the elixir produced by the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, and it looked like an yin and yang fish. There was white in the black and black in the white. The black and white in front of him were somewhat different, and it was a pure opposition of black and white. After looking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, but just as he released it, his jaw almost dropped. Not to mention that the light emitted by the 9th grade lotus was not pure white in his divine sense, but was divided into 9 colors, and the 9 colors were not only suppressed by the black color, but also divided into thin filaments in the gaps of the black color, like the roots of a big tree that was upside down, extending upwards. And the gaps of the Buddha's light made Zhang Xiaohua even more dumbfounded. The surroundings of the black flag were actually filled with knives, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, sickles, bottles. In short, there were all kinds of shapes, and there was no exception. Zhang Xiaohua carefully scanned with his divine sense, and it turned out that there were 360 Dharma instruments that were emitting strange, primitive, and bloodthirsty fluctuations. And the 9-colored Buddha's light was seeping out from the gaps of these 360 Dharma instruments. But when he saw this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously frowned and even became a little pensive. The positions of these 360 Dharma instruments looked very familiar, and it should be a very powerful array, and the Buddha's light could actually seep out from this array. Either the Buddha's light was valiant and broke out of the array, or there was another situation, and this Buddha's light was purposely released by this array. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released a strand of his divine sense. The Buddha's light from the 9th grade lotus did not block it, but the black array moved slightly and blocked the strand of divine sense. Chapter 989. The black array didn't move, but when it moved, Zhang Xiaohua saw the clues. He laughed wildly in his heart. No wonder it felt so familiar. Isn't this the rabbit amulet from the Naiwan Palace? It's just that this magic item replaced the individual amulets, and the position of this magic item has a huge flaw. It's basically placed in the wrong place. While thinking, Zhang Xiaohua leaped and flew to the front of one of the magic items that looked like a flying hook. He looked at it for a moment and took out a jade amulet from his pocket. It was one of the rabbit amulets that he usually made. He held the amulet in his hand and carefully placed it about 3 inches away from the flying hook. Then he pointed his finger at it, and a wisp of vital energy entered it. With a swoosh sound, the amulet flashed with a golden light, and a mysterious wave was emitted. Once the wave was emitted, it seemed to have a strong suction force. It merged with the wave that was emitted from the black array. In just a moment, the golden amulet became a part of the array, since the golden talisman had become one of the rabbit talismans. Then, the flying hook-like Dharma artifact had broken free from the shackles of the original Dharma array. The waves it emitted were no longer accepted by the Dharma array. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua extended his hand and easily picked up the Dharma artifact. And where the Dharma artifact was located, a huge flaw suddenly appeared. Picking up the flying hook, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine it carefully. It seemed that the surface of the flying hook had a restriction that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know about. Then, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He reached out his right hand and took out the black jade amulet that he got from the mysterious cave. Indeed, the waves from the two items were very similar. This kind of vital energy seems to be different from the vital energy of heaven and earth. It should be another kind of vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua had used his illusion breaker eyes to see the different types of vital energy in heaven and earth. He knew that this method, or this magic item, was not used by the immortal Tao. Let's keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thought, and put the two items back into the money bag. Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black flag that was fluttering despite the lack of wind and began to think. Since the spirit design had been broken, the 9th grade lotus platform and the black flag were all exposed. How could he not take them? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua released a wisp of divine sense towards the flag. Unexpectedly, as soon as his divine sense came into contact with the pitch-black surface of the flag, the surface of the flag rolled up and swallowed Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, a mysterious wave of energy followed the direction of his divine sense and rushed towards him. Looking at it was like a wolf that hadn't caught its prey in a long time. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Wasn't this situation similar to the mysterious cave? He didn't even think about it. He immediately used the method of using the incense cult's divine sense that he had obtained from Abbess Jingang's jade slip and cut off the divine sense. He didn't dare to let that wave of energy enter his Naiwan palace. A pain that was imprinted in the depths of his mind came from the place where his divine sense was broken. It was just like a broken limb, but this pain was 1,000 times more intense. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's face turned pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. With a hoo sound, Zhang Xiaohua's body flew up. He endured the pain and flew to a high place in space. Then, he made a hand seal. The high place in the space was now only a thick layer of soil. There were no restrictions. He used the earth escape technique and rushed out of the space. Once he got out of the ground, Zhang Xiaohua looked around casually. He then sat down cross-legged and silently used the God guidance to slowly recover his divine sense and heal his injuries. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the pain of his divine sense being broken slowly subsided. Alas, I went for wool, but came home shorn. In the future, it's better not to touch these black things. Zhang Xiaohua was quite regretful. He stood up from the ground and carefully observed his location. It was a huge place, and the ground Zhang Xiaohua was standing on was covered with all sorts of strange images. There were pagodas, Buddhas, and pagodas. Surrounding the pagodas, Buddhas, and temple halls were people of all sorts, all of whom were bowing their heads in worship. Above the crowd was a flying celestial maiden and a sky full of flowers. Next to the celestial maiden was a flying celestial dragon, a hovering eagle, and a 9-colored deer standing on auspicious clouds. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked at the ground. The ground under his feet was about 1,000 feet. When he looked up again, it was like a pavilion. It shrunk layer by layer. The top was so small that it was almost invisible. He didn't know that it was too high. On the side of the pavilion, like the ground, there were also all kinds of pictures, all kinds of human figures, and all kinds of stories. It looked unusually beautiful and shocking. On the side of the pavilion, in addition to the pictures, the most conspicuous thing was that there were many lifelike Buddhas. These Buddhas were the size of a real person. They were either standing, lying down, or sitting cross-legged. However, there was one thing in common. In front of each pagoda, there was a protrusion. On the protrusion, there was a wooden box with sandalwood incense. There was no restriction on the wooden box. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense penetrated it. Inside, there was nothing except silk and some scriptures. Strange, why are there so many boxes with silk and scriptures? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He released his divine sense and looked at all the sandalwood boxes in his divine sense. Inside, there were only silk and scriptures. Many of them didn't even have scriptures, only a few strands of silk. Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and wanted to fly up to take a closer look. Only then did she realize that she couldn't use the flying technique in this pavilion. Moreover, there was no ladder in this pavilion with the naked eye. Releasing his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw that whether it was the pictures on the ground or the pictures on the wall, there was a faint flash of Buddha's light. He still didn't find any way to go up. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to use the ethereal steps to search for the corner of the pavilion. The edge of the pavilion seemed to be only a few hundred feet long, but Zhang Xiaohua actually took half the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach it. By the time he finished looking at the 6 wall-like edges, he spent about the time it took to eat a meal. Zhang Xiaohua found a small door that was about the height of a person at one of the edges. However, this door was also sealed. Zhang Xiaohua gave up after a cursory look. This seal was related to the Buddha's light, and it was not something he could see through with his cultivation. Inside this small door, Zhang Xiaohua found dozens of sandalwood boxes similar to the ones on the wall. In these sandalwood boxes, they were different from the ones on the wall. In addition to scriptures and silk, there were some round, square, pale white, and red beads. Some of these beads were the size of a finger, some were the size of a soybean, and the largest one was the size of an egg. What is this? Using his divine sense, he saw that these were different from the immortal Tao artifacts and jade slips. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Then, he formed an incantation gesture and waved his hand. All the sandalwood boxes opened, and the beads inside were swept clean. He put them all into his belt. Seeing that there was nothing else in the pavilion, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the black and white space. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to touch the pitch-black flag. However, the lotus throne didn't seem to reject him. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to put his divine sense on the lotus throne again. At this time, the lotus throne suddenly shook. A ray of Buddha's light penetrated diagonally downwards. The little colorful lotus below was probably attacked by the wind beads again. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She flew toward the restriction that the Buddha's light penetrated. At the same time, she used her divine sense to try and put the lotus throne into her belt. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. The lotus throne seemed to have been waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to save it. When her divine sense moved, the Buddha's light immediately shone brightly. Then, it shrank countless times and flew into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't sure if she had put the lotus throne away or if the lotus throne had walked right into the trap. Within the Buddha's light, the pitch-black flag fluttered rapidly. A wave of fluctuation was coming out from the array. Zhang Xiaohua flew and pointed at the golden talisman. The talisman rotated slightly and activated the fluctuation of the array, intercepting the flag. Then, Zhang Xiaohua slapped her, but followed the Buddha's light into the restriction where the bamboo and wind bead were. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small lotus beside the bamboo and laughed. The big lotus is already surnamed Zhang. How much more arrogant can you be? As she spoke, she threw out another fire talisman. This time, it easily burned a big hole in the small lotus. Then, he stretched out his hand and reached into the restriction. Oh, why is it so heavy? Zhang Xiaohua grabbed it, but couldn't lift it. So, she wrapped her divine sense around it and exerted force with her left arm. The bamboo was immediately taken out by Zhang Xiaohua and put into the money bag. It was also very smooth. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. She couldn't help but think to herself, this The bamboo and the lotus throne, did I take them? Or did they run to me on their own? Luckily, I separated them so that they wouldn't meet each other. Hee. The bamboo disappeared, and so did the restriction that suppressed the wind bead. The wind bead was immediately exposed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and reached out to grab it. But just as her hand touched the wind bead, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before she could retract her hand, a cold aura shot out from the wind bead. That aura was like a sharp needle, piercing through Zhang Xiaohua's index finger. A drop of golden blood dripped onto the wind bead. The wind bead trembled slightly, and the drop of blood seemed to have seeped into the wind bead and disappeared. As for the aura that pierced through Zhang Xiaohua's finger, once it left the wind bead, it immediately turned into a cold wind and rushed towards the place where Zhang Xiaohua came from. "Io, that's great. This is a heaven-sent opportunity." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she saw the cold wind blowing a passageway above her head. She reached out her left hand and grabbed the wind pearl that seemed to have stopped moving. Then, she flew into the newly formed passageway. Chapter 990. Woo! A gust of wind blew on the platform again. In the gust of wind, Zhang Xiaohua's slender figure appeared from the mountain rock beside the evil suppression cauldron. Before he landed on the ground, a green jade box appeared in his hand. He quickly put the wind bead into the jade box and cast a dozen of his most powerful inhibition spells on the jade box. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua heave a sigh of relief. He attached a strand of divine thought to the jade box and put it into his belt. This wind bead was extremely powerful. Since it was able to fight against the bamboo that was suppressing him, he was not sure if the jade box would be able to trap it. Thus, he left a strand of his divine sense. As long as the wind bead showed any changes, Zhang Xiaohua would immediately unleash the powerful seal again. After doing all this, Zhang Xiaohua took the little monk Kong Jian out from behind the stone pillar. She put him down and unsealed his acupoints to wake him up. At this time, the gust of wind had just passed. Kong Jian did not suspect anything. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Why is the wind so strange? I've only heard wind in the Forbidden Wind Valley occasionally. Why is there so much cold wind these days?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Why is this place called the Forbidden Wind Valley?" "This?" Kong Jian was stunned. He said, "How would I know? I've asked my senior brothers before, but they all said they didn't know. Even Abbot Changsheng doesn't know. He only knows that it has always been called that." Then, Kong Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked tentatively, "Almsgiverin, you said you had a fight with Senior Kongju. You two, who won? Do you still need to ask?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose. "If your Senior Kongju won, wouldn't you know? If I lost, would I be able to stay in the Sutra Depository for the next few days?" Ah! The little monk, Kong Jian, was on the verge of breaking down. With a long face, he clasped his hands together and said, "Almsgiver, I asked you to come here because I wanted to have a chat with you about our ideals. The weather is so beautiful today, we can't afford to be irritable. But the wind was strong just now, so this little monk suddenly remembered that the clothes I washed in the morning are still hanging by the door. If I don't take them in, they will get dirty, so let's not talk about life today. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future." Zhang Xiaohua was almost laughing in his heart. Yes. Little monk Kong Jian was overjoyed and said, "In the future, when I walk a little further on the path of life and comprehend more, I'll talk to Almsgiver Rin. What do you think?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "I'm also dizzy from all the reading in the Sutra Depository. How would I have the mood to talk about my thoughts?" "All right, then I'll accompany you back." Little monk Kong Jian heaved a huge sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he led Zhang Xiaohua back to the entrance of the Dalan Temple. Seeing that the little monk had left in a hurry, Meng giggled and said, "How was it? Did you teach this little monk a good lesson today?" "Of course," Zhang Xiaohua said proudly. "I, Xiaoxia, am the best at persuading people with my virtue." When this little monk, Kong Jian, listened to my advice, he almost thought that I, Xiaoxia, had a glib tongue. Before I finished speaking, he was already convinced. If he wasn't a monk, he would have chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers with me. Ha ha! Meng laughed hysterically. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, You'd better be a monk. It's a great loss for Buddhism to lose you. That won't do. Zhang Xiaohua said in all seriousness, it's only because you exist in this world that I jumped out of Buddhism. From then on, I have no fate with Buddhism. If I were to convert to Buddhism now, wouldn't the 500 years of looking back and praying in front of Buddha be for nothing? It doesn't matter if our fate is in vain, but if Buddha's promise is in vain, my sin will be great. Xiaohua. Meng was very touched when she heard this. She stepped forward and held his hand. She looked at him affectionately. Although it was close to dusk, the two of them could still see each other through their sparkling eyes. Meng was held in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Her hot body temperature made Zhang Xiaohua restless. After a long while, Meng pushed Zhang Xiaohua away and whispered, Xiaohua, this is the pure land of Buddhism. Don't he? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Then, is it okay if we're not in the pure land of Buddhism? Meng rolled her eyes at him. She looked at the Dalan temple like a creeping monster and asked in a low voice, Today is the 9th day. What secret book did you read in the Sutras Depository? Haven't you finished reading it? Is it possible that the secret book of the Dalan temple is really unique? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, It's a strange stick technique. I won't tell you the details, but Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, I thought I could finish it in 2 or 3 days. Who would have thought that I would finish it today? Even if I'm not in a hurry, I'm afraid the monks of the Dalan temple will be anxious. Alas, I have to hurry up tomorrow. That's okay. Meng comforted her and said, Anyway, we've already sent the invitation to the sect leader. There's still some time before the martial arts convention. Even if we can't go back in time, we won't delay the sect leader's matters. You can read it carefully and patiently here. At worst, we'll go back to Lingxiang Peak with Master Changsheng. Besides, the Dalan Temple has already agreed to let you read it. They can't possibly chase you away after you finish reading it, right? Not necessarily, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Sure enough, on the 10th day, when Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into the secret book of the heavenly staff technique and no one else appeared, the great master Changgung appeared. The great master Changgung smiled and said, Young benefactor Run, I heard from the disciples of the Sutras Depository that you're diligent and eager to learn. Just this ordinary heavenly staff technique alone took you 9 days. This really makes the disciples of the Dalan Temple blush with shame. As he spoke, he glanced at the secret book in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at the secret book that had flipped to the last page. She closed it and handed it to the great master Changgung. She said, This disciple is stupid and can't remember this staff technique. You didn't allow me to copy it, so I had to revise it every day. If there's anything wrong, I'll have to ask for your mercy. It's okay. The great master Changgung waved his hands and said, All the martial arts in the world originate from the great forest. The secret books of the Dalan Temple are naturally for everyone to learn. Young benefactor Run, just try your best to learn. However, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Does the great master have something to say? This old monk has some matters to attend to and needs to leave the temple. I remember that young benefactor has something to ask this old monk. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. She had wanted to ask the great master Changgung about Meng's background, but she had forgotten about the staff technique. It was rare that Meng knew about her cultivation and never mentioned it for the past 9 days. If the great master Changgung hadn't come, she probably would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly got up and put the secret book of the heavenly staff technique back to its original place. She pulled the great master Changgung and said, Great master is merciful. This junior has almost forgotten about it. This junior has already memorized the staff technique, and there's no need for me to come to the Sutra's depository. Great Master, please quickly tell this junior and senior sister Zixiao about the past. Ha! Benefactor need not be in such a hurry. This old monk has obtained the abbot's permission. Naturally, this old monk will explain everything. However, this involves the secrets of the Dalan Temple. Therefore, I cannot say too much. The great Master Changgung said as he followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the Sutra's depository. After the two of them left, the old monk frowned and floated up. It was the imperial wind technique. He floated to the front of the bookshelf where the heavenly staff technique was kept. He raised his hand and took out the manual. However, when he immersed his divine sense into it, he looked at it for a long time before withdrawing. His face was filled with confusion as he whispered, "It's a very simple staff technique. How could this young benefactor be interested in it for 9 days? Could it be that his aptitude is so poor? But with such poor aptitude, how could he enter the Tao of immortality? How strange, how strange." He then smiled bitterly and clasped his hands together. Amitabha, the Tao of immortality has long been destroyed. For the incense sect to have such a disciple is already not bad. Even if there is something strange about it, what can be done? After he finished speaking, he floated down and continued to sweep the floor. Zhang Xiaohua followed the great Master Changgung out of the Dalan Temple. Meng was surprised that Zhang Xiaohua had come out so early today. After bowing to the great Master Changgung, the great Master Changgung took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said apologetically, "Benefactor Run, regarding Benefactor Zixiao's matter, this old monk is in a difficult position. Although the abbot has said that there is nothing about the Dalan Temple that cannot be told to others, but there are still some secrets. Forgive this old monk for not being able to—" Haha, here's some places and names. The two of you will have to search for them yourselves. I see. Zhang Xiaohua was a little disappointed, but Meng's eyes flashed with gratitude. She bowed again and said, "Thank you for your kindness, great master. This matter involves the privacy of your esteemed temple and should not be divulged. Great master, please rest assured that this matter will only be known by me and junior brother. As long as it involves the Dalan Temple, we will definitely hear it and rot in our hearts." Haha, that's good, that's good. At this moment, the great Master Changgung released the paper in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua took the paper and opened it. There were indeed several places and names inside. She turned to look at Meng and handed the paper over. Meng shook her head and said, "Junior brother, you should take it. We are in the same profession." "Oh, okay then." Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and kept it in her arms. The great Master Changgung nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I have seen young Benefactor Ren's staff techniques. The abbot has decreed that if Benefactor wishes to pay respects to great Master Yuan Tian, please follow me." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood. She had talked to great Master Changxing and the great Master Changgung about paying respects to great Master Changgung. Great Master Changxing had replied that they could go to the pagoda forest to pay their respects before they left. Now that he mentioned it, he probably had the intention of sending them off. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "That's right. The great Master Changgung has spoken my mind. I have been nagging your esteemed temple for several days. After paying respects to great Master Yuan Tian, we should return to the incense cult." Chapter 991. Haha, I don't mean to drive you away. Great Master Changgung said with a smile, "I feel that there is still some time before the martial arts conference. Yixia Town is only a few days away from the Dalan Temple. You might as well go and take a look. Maybe you can find something." Yixia Town? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately understood. Yixia Town, Home Mingcheng. Wasn't he the one at the top of the list that great Master Changgung had just taught her? Zhang Xiaohua felt ashamed and bowed. "I was rude and measured the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Please forgive me." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so honest, great Master Changgung was also relieved. He reached out to help her up and said, "It's okay, it's okay. You're a guest from afar and sincerely worship the previous generation of the temple. How can I care?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed again. She was just worshipping on behalf of Nun Jingyi. How could it be like what Great Master Chang'eng said? Because of this, her impression of Great Master Chang'eng was different from before. She said, "Please lead the way. By the way, Great Master, is the Forest of Pagodas very famous?" "Ha ha." Great Master Chang'eng waved his hand and said, "Please follow me." Great Master Chang'eng took Zhang Xiaohua and Dream, followed by several Dalan Temple monks. They went up the mountain path on the left side of the Dalan Temple and went to the back of the mountain. On the way, Great Master Chang'eng said, "The Forest of Pagodas of the Dalan Temple is a famous place in Jianghu." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. She was ashamed of her ignorance. However, the cult of fragrance has always been closed. Young Benefactor Rin probably doesn't know about it, because you rarely walk around in Jianghu. It's understandable. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and did not answer. This Forest of Pagodas is the tomb of the great masters of the Dalan Temple. Since the founding of the Dalan Temple, only the famous and accomplished great masters have to build pagodas in the Forest of Pagodas after they pass away to show their merit. The height, size, and number of floors of the pagoda are determined by the master's attainments in Buddhism, prestige, and merit. Alas, the martial arts that Jianghu values have become insignificant. "Oh, I understand." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Master's ashes or bones should be placed under this pagoda." No. The great Master Chang'eng shook his head. "If that's the case, wouldn't it be no different from an ordinary grave? This pagoda is only used to commemorate the eminent monks of Buddhism. Their bones, relics, and other things are placed in the Guiyuan Pagoda for preservation." Saraira? Guiyuan Pagoda? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. What is a Saraira? Where's this Guiyuan Pagoda? With the Forest of Pagodas, wouldn't it be convenient to place the bones in the pagoda? Why is it placed in the Guiyuan Pagoda? Ha! Little benefactor, you don't know. The Saraira is the remains of the eminent monks of Buddhism after they pass away. This set of bones is different from the bones of ordinary people. Its shape is ever-changing. Some are round, some are oval, some are lotus, some are even Buddha and Bodhisattva. Even the colors are different. There are black, white, red, green, and other colors. It looks very respectable, like pearls, agates, and crystals. This is related to the cultivation of the eminent monks. Alas, although my martial arts are strong, if I can refine it into a Saraira after I pass away, it can be considered that I have achieved success in my cultivation in this life. Isn't this similar to the spiritual beasts in Huansu? There's something in the body? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned. In her heart, she naturally compared the Saraira with some of the beast pills in her belt. But immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the hundreds of round beads that were similar to the Saraira mentioned by the great Master Chang'eng in that strange pavilion. Could those be Saraira? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. But how would she dare to take out the round beads? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua probed. With the great master's martial arts cultivation, after he passes away, there will definitely be Saraira. The great Master Chang'eng was also puzzled. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Little benefactor Run, how can you be so sure?" The great master is the law enforcement elder of the Dalan Temple. If the great master doesn't have a Saraira after he passes away, how many disciples in this generation of the temple can there be? Zhang Xiaohua explained and then apologized. "I hope the great master can forgive me for rudely discussing the great master's matters after his death." It's all right. The great Master Chang'eng waved his hand and said, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Life is death. Death is life. If I can't even understand this, how can I talk about Saraira?" Then he smiled and said, "Little benefactor Ren's words may be arbitrary, but there's some truth in them. Although the attainment of Dharma has always been the key point of Saraira, but if the martial arts cultivation is not high, this Saraira Cough, cough. Maybe there is, but it's limited. Of course, the Dalan Temple places equal emphasis on Dharma and martial arts, and even views martial arts as a minor detail. If the disciples of the Dalan Temple want to reach the peak of martial arts, they must also be proficient in Dharma. Otherwise, it's extremely easy for them to go mad and die a horrible death. There's such a saying? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and said, then according to what the great master said just now, there aren't too many monks who have profound attainment in Dharma, but not high martial arts. Little Benefactor Run is right. The great master, Changgung, nodded and said, the eminent monks of the Dalan Temple have always been like this. As long as the attainment in Dharma is high, it's easy for them to achieve great success in martial arts. Only a few great masters are obsessed with Dharma and don't want to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little lucky at this time. It seems that those beads are not Sarara. Oh, by the way, great master, the Dalan Temple has stood in Jianghu for so many years. How many pagodas are there in the pagoda forest? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. Not many. Only 99,803 pagodas. Although the great master Changgung said it was not many, his eyes were full of pride. So many? Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were shocked. Then, how big is this pagoda forest? Little Benefactor Run, please look. The great master Changgung pointed to the undulating mountain range in front of them and said, this mountain range is full of pagodas. This pagoda forest is the entire mountain range. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked up and saw that not far away on the mountain range there were countless pagodas. Some had 4 corners, some had 5 corners, some had 7, some had 9 corners, some were in the shape of pillars, some were in the shape of vertical triangles, some were in the shape of bottles, some were in the shape of gourds, some were in the shape of trumpets, and some were in the shape of water droplets. Some had 2 or 3 floors, while others had 7 or 8 floors. The tallest ones had more than 10 floors. In short, there were many kinds of pagodas with strange shapes. Although it was far away, the pagodas were carved with countless patterns. Some were flying, some were birds and beasts, some were Buddhas, and some were Nirvana. The patterns were vivid and lifelike. Although it was far away, they could feel the painstaking effort contained in them. It looked very similar to the patterns in the pavilion that Zhang Xiaohua had entered. Great Master, is that the Guyuan Tower? Zhang Xiaohua pointed to a tall pagoda built against the mountain and asked without hesitation. Little Benefactor Run is right. That is the Guyuan Tower of the Dalan Temple. The great master Changgung looked at the huge pagoda with reverence in his eyes. He said solemnly, the Guyuan Tower is built against the mountain. Its height is as high as the mountain range. At the top of the mountain, you can see that the top of the Guyuan Tower is taller than the tallest pagoda in the pagoda forest. The Guyuan Tower occupies a large area. Only the entrance of the tower is exposed in the pagoda forest. Most of the Guyuan Tower is blocked by the forest, so you can't see the whole picture. TSK. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in admiration. The relics of more than 90,000 eminent monks are all placed in the Guyuan Tower. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the place she was at was definitely not the Guyuan Tower, and the round bead she had obtained was definitely not a relic. Little Benefactor Run is not completely right. The great master Changgung corrected her. There are eminent monks in the Dalan Temple who are qualified to build pagodas. Their relics must be placed in the Guyuan Tower. In addition, even if they're not qualified to build pagodas, as long as they cultivate relics, they can place them in the Guyuan Tower for worship. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then, the relics in the Guyuan Tower? No, the relics of the deceased great masters. Aren't they? Ba. Little Benefactor Ren is right. The great master Changgung put his palms together and said, there are countless eminent monks enshrined in the Guyuan Tower. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua, who knew that the round bead she had obtained was not a relic, connected the relic in the Guyuan Tower with the monster core she had obtained. She instantly thought that if she could explore the Guiyuan Tower, then wouldn't the rewards be great? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rejected the idea. The relic of an accomplished monk was still the corpse of a master. Ignoring the fact that the master was a person of virtue and prestige when he was alive, even an ordinary monk was still a corpse. It was not appropriate to offend him. Looking at the huge Guiyuan Tower, Zhang Xiaohua was full of regret and sighed. There are so many relics in such a tall pagoda. It's not easy to place the relics even once. The great Master Chang'eng's face was full of admiration. He shook his head and said, "Little benefactor Run is wrong this time." Why? Not only Zhang Xiaohua, but even Meng was curious. The Guiyuan Tower was built by the immortal masters of the Dalan Temple. Inside the tower is the most powerful formation in the world. No one can enter. Only the relics of eminent monks need to be enshrined. As long as the abbot of each generation holds a treasure passed down in the Dalan Temple, they can enter the tower. As long as the relics are placed in a place in the tower, the relics will be automatically protected by the formation in the Guiyuan Tower. There's no need for anyone to place them. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. There's such a wonderful thing? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, the great Master Chang'eng was very happy and said, "Your temple has the sect protecting formation and the peak protecting formation. It's not surprising that the Dalan Temple has this kind of pagoda protecting formation. Even an enlightened monk has the desire to win." Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart as he chuckled and did not continue the conversation. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.